Have you ever walked into a store, tried to buy something nice for yourself, only to find, wait, do I have enough cash? Don't worry, CPay has got you covered. Ask a friend, Nzame, through CPay. First, request payment. Enter your friend's details. Confirm the details. Have them approve the request. Then, proceed to make the payment for your purchase using the merchant code provided. Confirm the payment. Now, you are well on your way to enjoying your purchase. At your convenience, you can deposit, send, and receive money using CPay while also taking care of your utility bills. CPay, seamless payments.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tari funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tari will take care of us when they are gone.
And correctional service.
And law and two for correctional service.
So Heisha ba teng ka mono nung ang ka minutes.
Heisha is present
So
there
it
to
wanna
take the
process
minutes.
in the fair.
So I think the process is still fair.
Okay, you are saying it's for which positions?
Position Hotlaka assistant superintendent.
The position from assistant superintendent. Yeah, upwards.
Okay. You think the upwards excluding commissioner's position?
That is correct.
Okay. Are these positions they are advertised?
That is correct.
Okay. And open for everybody to apply?
That is correct.
No, you understand. So you are saying this position, you said it's from superintendent? Assistant superintendent.
Assistant superintendent, yes.
They are advertised. And
They are advertised.
all corrections officers are free to apply for based on the specifications.
That is correct.
Okay. You are saying it's up to the position of deputy commissioner.
Deputy commissioner, yes.
Okay. And how about positions below those?
Positions are chief officer, sergeant, lance sergeant.
The positions of chief officer, sergeant, and lance sergeant.
No, you are repeating last sergeant.
Sergeant and lance sergeant.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Atiana promoter.
The commissioner is the one who promotes.
Okay. Because there is also a complaint when it comes to promotions. You understand? You are telling us that as far as this other position, I think you started with assistant superintendent upwards. In your view, the process is transparent. And you say it gets up to the minister. He's the one who eventually has to approve.
That is correct, because he's the one who approves the short list.
And
short list.
After the short list, the interviews are held.
Go jwalo mohlomphehi.
That is correct.
Okay. Then who eventually recommends recruitment?
Ka morao hore the panel ka boyona ke yona e tla tjho gona ke mang motho a hlotseng.
The panel will decide who has met the requirements.
Who makes the final decision?
Final decision e ntse e tlo ba mohlomphehi letona.
But the final decision will be by the Honorable Minister.
How many how many people since you arrived since 2021 have gone through that process?
Ke kgola e tlo hloka hore ke batle direkoto ba e hlile re hirile haholo ka nnete di-promotioneng.
Well, I think I will have to go
Ke
to
hopola
seek for the
hore-
records because we have employed very much in the promotions.
Re bile le position ya deputy commissioner, ga ba le di-assistant commissioner tse pedi.
Because we had the position of deputy commissioner and I think two assistant commissioners.
So le tlase mona ke dumela di teng superintendent le seng ke ka hopola gona tsona di kae.
Even down here, the superintendents are there, but I cannot remember how many.
Okay. Was there ever an instance where the minister would say, no, I don't approve your recommendation?
Mohlomphehi ke so bone ho ba le
Okay.
Yeah, no, not to my observation, yeah.
So you mean there has never been an instance where a superintendent was promoted to the position of, I'm making an example, let me say, where a person would have skipped the ranks.
e sale ke fihla mona ha e so etsagale mohlomphehi.
Ever since my arrival here, it has never happened.
But if it happened, it would have been because that person would have gone through a fair process, competitive process. Or it can't happen for a person to skip ranks here. Let me be clear what I mean. You open a position of deputy commissioner for interviews, you understand? Then you don't specify that the person who applies for the position must have been senior assistant commissioner, you understand? You don't put that as a requirement.
Re be mohlomphehi ke gone ke batla ho
You put that as a
That is
requirement.
yes.
ke ne ke batla ho tla mono mohlomphehi ke re ha ke so e bone hona le ya skipper o ba re tlentse re bontse hore o fihle bo superintendenting o tla o ile ba assistant superintendent.
Yes, because that is why I was saying that
Lemon
I've never seen one who skips it. It is because we would have clarified, we would have stipulated as to how many years for you to accomplish this position, you should have passed these stages for how many years.
Meaning that you draw your specs in such a way that you ensure that no one would skip ranks.
Ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
That is correct.
And let me say at the level of, let me say you want deputy commissioner. You want to fill a vacancy at deputy commissioner level, you understand? But at the level of senior assistant commissioners, you have deadwood. What do you do? Well, what do you do under those circumstances? You understand what I'm saying?
Ha ke utlwe hantle mohlomphehi ke kgola ke tlopo.
O batla deputy commissioner. Jalo wena o etsa dispeke tsa hao ka tsela eo o sa rumelleng bahlanka ba hao ba tlola di-rank. Jalo ha o batla deputy commissioner, definitely my understanding ko tlo re hore motho a apply for that position o tshwanela e be ile ba assistant commissioner for dilemo tse itseng. I guess that's how you do it.
Ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
Yes, that is so.
If you have deadwood, on already a senior assistant commissioner, how do you do? You just
Ke kgola ha re so fihlele boemong bo rileng ka thunya diqholo tsa mfuto jwalo.
I think we have never come across such a situation where we were faced with challenges such as that.
But at the moment Lesotho Correctional Service in the process ya ho etsa criteria ya ho promote e ntjha.
But at the moment, the Lesotho Correctional Service is on the verge of creating a new criteria of promoting.
Mme ke dumela go di-issue tse kang tsena di tla hlahella mono.
And I think the issues such as this one will be reflected there.
Okay. Meaning, in short, is more biased towards your promotions are more biased towards ranks and seniority, isn't it?
Mhlawumbe
Your promotions are more biased towards ranks and
experience.
and yes, and ranks and experience and seniority. You understand?
Yes, that's
Meaning that if you have assistant commissioner, who it is well known that he is high performer within the institution, that person will never jump the rank and be deputy commissioner without having been senior assistant commissioner.
at this present situation. Yes, that is so.
Okay, I understand what you mean. It's because we're told that sometimes people they skip ranks. You understand? That's why I'm asking you these questions. But what you are telling me is that no, it's not true that people skip ranks, because every time our specifications are such that no one can skip a rank who applies for the positions from assistant superintendent up to the position of deputy commissioner. That's your evidence.
Well, yes,
that is correct, but I should clarify that before 2021, before I arrived here, such things were happening.
People were skipping ranks.
Since 2021, I checked so when to skip.
As if that thing was happening, but since 2021, I've never seen anyone who skips ranks.
Okay, let's go to positions below that of assistant superintendent. How do you handle recruitment there on promotions?
Naka officer heso he share kanete ha ona go le re ba palang ka tla jo tsa fela se ba promote 21.
My HR office do not have any role except to be told that here the people have been promoted.
Who promotes?
I think
I think it is the office of the commissioner.
I do
not know whether he does this in collaboration with his management.
Would you know if there is any fair and transparent process for doing that? Or you don't know?
Yeah.
ha di etswa go tla botho mohlolo mo shebile makgabane a itseng ke le nna ha ke ba tsebe ha ke sebetse le bona ke tla ke sa tsole gona go
Since when they are done, since when they will be saying that they don't be looking at some certain credentials, which I do not know. So I'm not in the position to say yes, it was right or it was not right.
Yes, you are still continuing.
But
then one would have questions. You see, you have questions whether these are the proper, whether things have been done properly.
Why do you entertain some doubts?
Yeah, well, why would
you entertain those doubts?
I did the entertainment page of Holaget Bonsore. I did a LCS Act 2016.
Yes.
I do not entertain the doubts, but then we have LCX Act 2016.
e fang mohlomphehi commissioner hore a promote. So ke be ke
which
dumela fela
empowers
hore
the commissioner to promote.
ke be ke dumela hore di etsahetse ka tsela e nepahetseng la e le hore tjhe maikutlo a ka tla maikutlo a ka fela a sena maka ba ngangisa.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I would believe that maybe they would have been done in the proper manner, but then even though, well, my views are my views that
Yeah, I was asking you on how to get a negative doubts on why do you entertain those couples? You wouldn't be having any grounds for entertaining doubts.
kore e tla be le ka botho wena ha o ipotsa o le motho o tla bo ntse gore hell na ba nna itlile ba entse tsona fela jwale go tla bo sena mo ka itshwareletsang teng gore o bontsha gore ga ba etsa tsona e tla bo e le mo o ipotsang fela gore na e ba nna itlile ba entse tsona fela ba sena mabaka a go tla ga ba etsa tsona.
O jwale mohlomphehi ke tla ke sena mabaka because ha ona policy kapa criteria ya ho promote.
Well, then I would not be having some reasons, those reasons, because there's no policy or a criteria to promote.
Empa ke dumela hore maemong ana a o ntsong ho etswa criteria ye ya promotion ha ke na ipotsa empa ke tla botsa hore a tshempa jwale mona ne re itse tjena.
But I believe that the stage when now we are following the criteria of promotion, then I will not be asking myself, then I will say, no, this is not according, or this is according to this.
Okay. In short, you within LCS, there is no policy or process or framework dealing with appointments and promotions of people from the level of chief officer downwards.
Ho yona mohlomphehi LCS ha ena policy kwana ntseng e sebetsana le taba police.
That is correct. LCS does not have policy. It is now that they are laboring on creating the policy.
Meaning that it is left for the commissioner to appoint whoever he feels that he can appoint, to promote whoever he feels he can promote.
O ka tjho jwalo mohlomphehi.
Well, you can say so.
Okay. And but would you know, if you don't know, you don't know, are these positions ever filled? Are they filled in a transparent, fluid, transparent process such that you would issue out adverts, look, officers interested for the role of chief officer, here are vacancies, you are called to apply. Does it happen like that?
Mohlomphehi ke ho ke la ka bontsha hore tse re ntshang advert ke tsana tsa ho tloha assistant tsena tse ding tsena ehlile o di
Assistant superintendent.
Assistant superintendent.
Okay.
ke tsona mo re issuang advert.
Yeah, but I indicated that those about which we issue advert from the rank of assistant superintendent upwards.
The others you don't know, you don't see any adverts. You have never seen an advert since you came.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo, IPE 25, has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers, and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025, and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit
then
and
we give the
wonder,
numbers
how
and
do
then
we protect
see.
such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tory funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tory will take care of us when they are gone.
His job. Now politicians tell him that, no, we know you have 21 positions for, you said it's assistant
correctional officer.
correctional officers. Take my people. Take my people. If he's not firm enough, he can do that, because the process is subject to abuse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hangete ka hana mohlomphehi. Hangete ka hana mohlomphehi.
I will not deny, Honorable Chair.
That a commissioner who is not firm and courageous can end up abusing that process.
Yeah, or commissioner is now we came here like again abuse that process.
Hold on, mohlomphehi.
Yes, that is so.
Let's come to, you said his assistant, let's come to correctional officers. Is it the second lowest rank?
Hold on,
That is
mohlomphehi.
correct.
How are they recruited?
Tsona di-position tsa teng di advertise.
The positions are advertised.
Okay. Then from there?
From there, ho tla ba le mofo o tswang o ya diterekeng kwana ho wa etsa di-interview.
From there will be some delegates to the districts to do some interviews,
Okay.
Tse oral le tse written.
oral interviews and written interviews,
Ebe ho etswa le feding.
and then others will be made.
No, didn't you say 30? Did you say others or 30?
30. Oh,
Please
good.
proceed.
30. Okay, yeah, then 30 is done.
Ebe ka mora ho mono ho tla kgethwa he bana ba pasitswe. Ebe ba fetileng mekgatlo ena kaofela ke bana ba nkuang.
Then thereafter, who will have undergone all these procedures are the ones who are taken.
Okay. Who makes the final decision that we take this one, we don't take this one?
Ke kgola gore ke tle ke bontshe mohlomphehi hore I know the process, but ha ke so be karolo ya yona, because since ke le mona ha re so ba hire.
Well, I know the process, but then I've never been part thereof, because since I was here, we have not employed them.
You wouldn't even know who makes the final decision. But in terms of the law, is the commissioner, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay. Oh, I see. Or in 2017, this law was already applicable. Yeah. It's because we were told that in 2016, the recruitment was not above board in the sense that people who had passed the interviews were not taken, but people who didn't even go for interviews, and some who had failed interviews were employed. You said you don't know about that because you're not here yet. Yes.
Correct.
I just wanted to understand how it could have happened. You understand?
I understand.
Commissioners, do you have questions? Yes.
The first question is about her qualifications. What are your own personal qualifications?
Zach,
Yeah.
public administration and political science.
And political science.
This is the university degree,
That is correct.
BA degree,
BA administration.
public administration and political science.
You talk about 21 positions of assistant correctional officers, and you say they don't even go for training. Can you elaborate? Where are they now as we speak? Those people.
Kamera Babewa probation for Selim.
They are put on probation for a year.
Kamera Selim ba promote higher basebeditse hantle ba sena diklo ba sa etsa.
After a year, they are promoted.
So that's what promote hana jwale.
They are promoted if they ever done nothing.
Hello hana we kana position di
Found to them.
vacant.
So they have just been promoted, and so it means that it is at present that these positions are vacant.
What I need to understand is, we were told that correctional officers, before they go for formal training, they are first employed. Now, I want a distinction, you to make a distinction between those who will eventually go for the training and these ones who you are talking about. Are they separate groups?
Hold on, Muslim pay correctional officers. So now it's their training, but the correctional assistant there have I training, but back in years of training, the whole high security correctional officer have
Okay.
training like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the correctional officers undergo a training, but these ones who are not correctional officers, that is assistant correctional officers, they do not go for trainings. They only go to the trainings if then they would have been the correctional officers.
Yeah, that's why I'm not clear. You say there are 21 positions and they have been promoted. So where are they as we speak now, those 21 who have just been promoted?
But promote to a correctional officer had so trained.
Oh, well, they have been promoted and now they are correctional officers, but they have not yet gone for training. They have not yet trained. They have not yet trained.
Meaning you have two routes to get correctional officers. You have two routes to get correctional officers.
Hold on, Muslim pay
Yes, that is all.
It's through this route where you
promote.
advertise. It's through a competitive process where you advertise positions. You will then send officers to the districts to interview, and then you recruit them as correctional officers. You
Yes,
confirm?
that's true.
Do they go to training immediately, or they spend some years here before they go for training? Those that you already, when you employ them from the onset, they are correctional officers.
Yeah. How about the interview? ba ngola di-interview ho ba le mekgatlelo eno kaofela ho etsuwa vetting jwale o fumana hore ba lokolohile ba se ba ka hirwa jwale ba tswela pele ka morao ho moo you see how about promote?
Do they go for training immediately?
Yeah. Come
Or
on.
they are, you recruit them, they are here for some years before you take for training. I'm still talking of those that from the
Correctional
onset
officers.
you would have recruited through a transparent process as correctional officers.
Ke kopa hore ke tle ke hlalosa mohlomphehi hore ha o nepahetse batho bana ba tlameha hore e re ha ba hirwa ba hirelwe training.
Yes.
Well,
But-
let me explain that if things are proper, when these people are employed, then they should go straight to training.
Yes. But what happens in practice?
But ha e etsahale ke kgola
But it does not happen.
ke tla kopa go seka ka bua maikutlo a ka ke tle ke re beng ba ka ba tla hlalosa gona ebe ha e ke be etsahale hobaneng.
But let me not say my views about it because I think my seniors will explain why it does not happen.
You mean they don't go for training immediately upon recruitment?
Ho jwale mohlomphehi hobane ke hopola eka ke last year
Well, that is correct because I think it was last year.
kapa ke this year ha o tswa mokgahlelo o hiruweng bo 2019
Or it was this year when
le
these
hona ba neng ba train.
people, those who went for training in 2019 were graduating.
Meaning that these people whose pass out was in, is it April this year? They had been hired through a fair and transparent process around 2019. Is that what you are saying? Not they were not hired in 20 recently. That's what you are saying.
Ba hiruwe 2019 fela he ya hore na khiwa bona ne le fair ke kopa go seka ka tshwanke ka ba le bonnete ba taba tseno.
Well, they were employed, they were hired in 2019, but then whether their employment was fair, I'm not in the position to say.
I would imagine you have records, but was it advertised? The positions were advertised? Or you're not sure?
Ha ke sure mohlomphehi ke kgona ntho ne ke batla ho tshwa ke ya hore fela ke kgola ntho ke leng ka e hlokomela nako e ntseng re lokisa hore ba e training ke la ka ithuta hore
Well,
ke
I'm
ba
not sure.
2019 2021 jwalo.
Well, I'm not sure, but what I became aware when we prepared for them to be taken for training, it was that these were the officers of 2019, 2020, 21.
The question is, did they came in through as assistant corrections officers or from the onset they had been engaged as corrections officers?
Ba bang ba bona ne le di assistant ba bang ke di correctional.
Some of them were assistant and others are correctional.
Even amongst the correctional officers, you established that some of them were hired way back as correctional officers.
Ho jwale
That
mohlomphehi
is correct.
Okay. Now, I was saying it would appear you have two routes. That's the route of advertising and getting corrections officers. Then you have a route where you don't advertise of 21 positions. These ones are employed as assistant corrections officers, but at some stage, they get appointed and be corrections officers, isn't it?
ho jwale
That is
mohlomphehi
correct.
Then they will be taken for training with the rest, with those that had undergone a fair and transparent recruitment process.
ho jwale mohlomphehi.
That is so.
Okay.
There are two routes.
Okay, meaning that a corrections officer is not assistant corrections officer is not an assistant corrections officer forever. He still has a chance of.
Ho ya hodimo ho jwale mohlomphehi.
Yes, that is correct.
Now you are saying you have 21 vacancies.
Ha jwale ho jwale mohlomphehi.
Yes, right now that is correct.
And if does your criteria extend to those positions? Or you have still left them out for the commissioner to appoint? Does it extend to them?
Ke hopola eka ka re ha ke a kenella.
Would you know why?
Ha ke a utlwa hona ho itseng.
Ne ke hopola eka criteria ena ya promotion Kapari kineletse, ha ke sure, ha ke utlwa ke se sure.
Maybe you are
Well, I'm
still
not
answering
sure
that
whether they
question,
are included in this criteria of promotion.
but you are not sure.
Ho jwale mohlomphehi.
I'm not sure.
Okay, are they expected to have the same qualifications as those that are right away employed as correction officers?
Ah, mohlomphehi.
No, that is not so.
Okay,
Ke hlokometse ka re ho ntso nkuwa le ma form C. Tjhe,
Because
ba
I
bang ba ntse ba
observed like
nkuwa-
the form, those of the form Cs are being taken.
okay.
ba bang tjhe o tla thola ntse le ba ntse ba entse yona COSC.
But you find that others have completed the COSC.
Okay. Meaning that these people who were recruits last year, you have a mixture of those that were employed directly as corrections officers from the word go and those that came in as assistant corrections officers.
Ho jwale mohlomphehi.
That is correct.
Okay.
Ke
Okay.
kopa tshwarelo ke lokise position eno ke correctional assistant.
Oh, it's a correctional assistant.
Or let me correct it, that position is actually called correctional assistant. Or using correctional assistant officer,
Yes, an assistant correctional.
assistant correctional officer, yeah. Yeah, correctional assistant.
Any questions, Farah? You can ask, you will ask, or you can go ahead.
She has summarized the routes, those two routes. If we want to describe the two routes into which people can become correctional officers within this institution, what terminology, how do we do it? If I understood you well, you said the commissioner has authority to appoint 21 positions of assistant correctional officers. Did you say that?
Hello, Bobby John.
Correctional assistant.
Correctional assistant.
Or they are
Yeah,
called 21 correctional assistants.
Yes.
He has that authority.
Ho jwale mohlomphehi.
The 21 positions, you say they are now
Yes.
vacant at the moment.
Ho jwale
They
mohlomphehi.
are not vacant at the moment.
They are called
Correctional assistants.
correctional assistants,
Correctional assistant.
right? And then you said the next route is where
Advertise.
a delegation goes out to conduct interviews.
Ho jwale mohlomphehi.
Yes, that is so.
Now, I don't know whether you can assist the commission because a witness came here, Mr. Ntak, was it Mr. Ntak?
Yes.
Who said there was some confusion here where people who had been properly interviewed were not preferred, but a group which was not properly interviewed went for training ahead of those who had been properly interviewed. He said something like that.
I think it's two issues, Commissioner. It's an issue of as you said, people would be engaged as correctional officers. They would be here for years without training. The first issue is that others are skipped. You understand? You have a queue. Others would be skipped. In fact, that one arrives in 2020, but those that are hired in 2021, they skip him and they go for training. You understand? Leaving him behind.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Ke kgona ke kweke ha ke
No, I just want to make sure that you understand where the issue is. You have people that you employ as correctional officers, isn't it? Through advertisements, or through this other route where the commissioner of 21 positions. Now they are, because you said assistant correctional officers are not supposed to go for training, but once they are appointed, then confirmed as correctional officers, my understanding is that they are now entitled to go for training.
That is correct.
Yes, they were saying that you'll find that others skip this queue when they are supposed to go for training. Others, I think they were referring to 2017 incident, if I recall well, saying that there are those that were made to skip the queue because of politics. Meaning that they went to training, leaving people who had arrived here before them. You understand? It's the first issue.
Yes, I'm listening.
You understand that issue? You understand? The second issue is that one of recruitment, where people who had passed the interviews, they had passed the interviews, but were not hired. Instead, people who had failed the interviews, and those that did not participate in the process at all were hired. You understand? It's two issues. I think you said you may not be able to deal with them because you are not here.
Yes, that is correct. They even confuse me.
But what you can deal with to answer the commissioner, you were here when you were preparing for people to go for training.
That is correct.
What process did you follow? Did you take all of them? Or there are those that skipped others, who came later but skipped others and left them behind?
We have taken each and every person who has not trained.
Yeah. We as a commission here, I think, are hearing for the first time that some people are actually interviewed before they come into this system of LCS. Now, can you tell us when did that happen?
Well, I wanted it to be clear as to what positions, because I've indicated that these positions which are advertised for,
But by for interview.
the people go through interview.
Correctional officers.
And I even indicated that this of correctional officers,
They go through interviews.
they go through interviews as well.
I understood you to be saying that a delegation actually goes out into the country to interview possible candidates for employment here. Now, my question was, in your experience, when did that happen?
The correctional officer that's the
Well, I think I cannot be sure as to when last these correctional officers were employed in such a manner. But I used to hear that it's a process that is done.
Yeah, I'm hearing it from you for the first time since we started here in April, end of April. So I think it is information which is quite important.
Yeah, I think what happened, Commissioner might have missed it. You remember, Commissioner Tulo wasn't amused when we said that.
Oh.
He actually asked one of the witnesses to confirm that he has been hiring people through a transparent process. They confirmed that, because I was also of that view, and I was saying I haven't seen any advert from your institution saying that ge batla banna le basadi ba le modikana. But from police, from NSS, from LDF, we have had, you understand? That was our worry, but somebody else came and testified that no, they are still advertised. You'll recall even Mr. Mtako, when he was testifying, he said they are advertised, but the issue which he had was that sometimes people who don't qualify or who would not have passed the interviews or participated in the process are the ones that are preferred over people who would have gone for interviews and been recommended by the panels.
Yes, but now she talks about 21 positions.
That we are not aware of. Indeed, it's new.
Or maybe, yeah, the 21 positions.
It's new.
That is the prerogative of the commissioner. The 21 positions. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, that is the prerogative of the commissioner. Say, my head and commissioner, positions. Yes, that is so.
Okay. Is it in the law?
I think it is in the, yeah, it is reflected in the act.
Okay, we'll see.
No, she's correct. If a correctional officer is not available, he may appoint the person to act in that position. Is it the route which he uses?
Position is a correctional officer,
Well, the position of the correctional officers, I don't recall that they have acted for.
Okay. Okay, actually, you can appoint a corrections officer to act in the position of another, where that other is not available. Not we may have to interrogate this one of assistant corrections officers, whether it's in the law for him to do that.
Okay.
Because it will appear that he can appoint a corrections officer to act in the position of another corrections officer who is not available. But anyway, you're saying it's his prerogative to appoint assistant correction officers.
correctional assistant.
Correctional assistant. What's their duty?
The correctional assistants.
What's their functions?
I think
I've explained that I'm not in the proper light of that information, but my seniors are present here to explain.
Because we were told when we started the proceedings, we were told we weren't sure if it is corrections officers, those that would have been employed as corrections officers or corrections assistants. We were told that indeed they are here. I'm making an example, but that's how we were told their function is. We don't know. Maybe your superiors, as you are saying, they are going to explain what value they get from these positions.
That is correct, sir.
Because it seems you just pay, you don't bother. Are these people bringing in value or what? You just take instructions and you pay. And you are soon going to employ 21, I can hear. You ask how many vacancies you have.
Yeah.
Is it because you are making arrangements to hire?
Well, I'm not, I do not know whether they are going to be hired for. But I was only indicating that we used to be asked as to how many positions are there, well, how many positions are available.
Okay. But do you have, I know the kind of institution we are dealing with, do you have grievance procedures where maybe officers are not happy with recruitment or promotions?
Because
Yeah, well, they are present. Yeah, they are present. But then my seniors would explain better because we used to see when they are charge sheets on. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about disciplinary processes. Grievance. Grievance, where employees would complain. So I've been here for so many years. I have not been promoted, but commissioner keeps on promoting so and so. Do you have that process? Grievance procedures. Do you have them or you don't have? Or people in this discipline are not allowed to complain?
I never seen it. I
think it would be addressed by my seniors, but then I used to see them arriving at my office and they were talking about those things.
Being staff.
Or
staff.
As a staff, yes.
Complaining about promotions.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they'll be indicating that ever since I have arrived here, I have spent this much, and this period I've never been promoted.
Okay.
Do you know of an officers association here, something like a trade union?
Ke ithute fela hore e ka ho na le ntho e jwalo ha ke bona ba ntse ba fihla ba kopa hore ba kwale ditjhelete ntseng di hula ba ntse ba ke association. So ke bona ka kapa wa.
Well, I used to see them when they arrived to the office and they would be requesting for the monies which are being deducted, being said that they're saying that they were the association.
She wanted to say something.
Contributions
to
contributions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Interpreter, focus, please.
Yeah, I used to see them arriving at our offices and then they would be stopping their monies which are deducted from their salaries, saying that they were the association.
Contributions.
They
are stopping their contributions to the association. Hence, you're saying, I think it's dying.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is consistent because they said it is actually collapsing, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, collapse. Because Baba Bobola Monash, Italy also lima tulonga who are Mohatona.
Yes, Commissioner.
The commission here is coming to give an advice of how things have to operate through transparency. And I agree with you that the commissioner is given a prerogative to appoint people from the rank of Land Sergeant up to Chief Officer. From your experience, is there any transparency? Because some time back, officers commanding, divisional commanders were called to come and agree on the decision of the commissioner. Is it still happening as it is?
I would say that it's not happening. Because I've indicated that our office will only be given the names of people who have been promoted. Maybe they will have been consulted on the other side.
I just want to remind the commissioner. He's telling us what he was doing. I remember one witness. I think it was in this proceedings. I think it was somebody who was responsible for a station or a superior officer, but he had been told to call so and so for me by the commissioner. And then when they met along the corridors,
Nahana o tima.
You understand?
Bona nahana o tima bontate.
Why is it refusing? Give it to, he will help you. Yeah, I was just since you don't remember, maybe to save you trouble of trying to remember because you don't know. You told us that you are just given a list of people who would have been promoted. You don't know how it is done. I was just reminding him that here we had a witness who said that I think he was a superior of that particular officer who was promoted. He said that he was surprised when they met at the maybe it was at headquarters, seeing that, oh, this people has now been promoted. When he asked him, oh, have you been promoted? He said, but you are the one who called me to commissioner's office. You understand? Maybe he has forgotten. You can proceed, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. The second question is this. Are you aware of human resource management policy of public service and human resource management standard operations guide of public service as a human resource officer? There are those two documents which have been established by public service. Are you aware of that for you as human resource officers?
You said the first one
is human resource and development policy, human resource management and development policy.
human resource management and development policy.
And human resource management standard operations guide. Are you aware of those two documents?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
You emphasize that the correctional service is still trying to establish a selection and recruitment criteria, not so?
That is correct.
And you became part and parcel of that document, no, not so?
That is correct.
When scrutinizing it, is it in line with those two documents which I've talked about? Did you strictly see to it that it is in line with those documents?
Ke a kgola mohlompe ke kopa ke bontshe mona hore ho ipapisa ka dintho tsa ka public service.
Well, let me indicate here that I align myself with the issues of public service.
Le LCS ke ka re tla be re compare dintho tse pedi tse batlang di fapane.
And the LCS, I think then we will be comparing two different things.
Hobane ka mona ka LCS ke tla hlakisetsa ke beng ba ka mona hore ehlile le mesebetsi ya ka nqena e fapane haholo fela le ka mane ka public service.
Well, because in the LCS, the duties that are done in here are different from those at public service.
Empa dintleng tse ding ke a kgola tse kang tsa bo experience kapa experience di ngana seniority. Le seniority re ntse re lekile hore re nne re shebe ka mono.
But other things, including experience and seniority, we have tried it even to cast our eyes therein.
Empa haholo ke a kgola maikutlo a mangata a na hlaha ho beng ba ka ba ipapisitse le gona mosebetsi wa bona ke a kgola kwa mofuta ofeng.
But some more views came from my seniors basing themselves on what is the main duties. What are the main duties?
But can you agree that public service is a mother service of all the services here?
Public service.
And where the law doesn't exist in any type of department, it is imperative that people should have to comply with public service regulations and others.
I am aware mohlomphehi hore ehlile re ntse re sebedisa melao ya public service ka mona wa rona mohlolomong o leng silent.
I'm aware that we still refer to the Public Service Act where our law or the rules are silent.
Oh, thank you.
You have questions you can ask?
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to the IT office? I want to know whether Ms. Toller is the head of that office formally. What I mean is has been appointed, maybe given a letter to say you are now the head of this office, or she happens to be the senior in that office.
Haona lengolo la lefeng mohlomphehi.
There is no letter that she was given.
Ke dumela hore ehlile empa e le hobane le yena a senior ka hara office eno.
I believe that she happens to be the one who is senior in that office.
Hape ke kgola ke ntse ke batla ho bontsha hore batho bana ba hiruwe e le di-title tsa bona ha se batho ba IT.
But then I want to indicate that these people, when they are employed, their titles are not the IT personnel.
Ke batho ba corrections.
They are people or the correction.
Empa ho etsahala fela hore be ba ba le mangolo di area tseno.
They are correctional officers, but it just happens that they have the qualifications in those areas.
Jwalo ka HR re ntse re na le batho ba HR ba uniform.
Like the position of HR, we have people in the HR department who are uniformed.
The accounting ho ntse ho tshwana e ka sena le ka planning.
It is still the same way in the accounts and the planning.
Ke kgola phapang e teng empa e le hore office ya HR.
I think the difference is that in the office of the HR
the accounts
and the accounts,
position tsa bona they are established di hlaka establishmenting.
They are established positions, they appear in the establishment.
Ke ka hona re leng batho ba hlahang bo public service jwalo ka nna ke hiruwe di public service.
This is why there are people from public service like myself have been employed by the public service.
But from our establishment ha rena position o thweng ke IT.
But for our establishment, we do not have the position we call IT, the LCS.
Ha rena position o thweng ke ya planning kapo ya
yeah, when we do not have the position we call a planning.
So ho nkuwe fela batho ba santse ba sebetsa mesebetsi yona ba fihla ba placed di office tseno ho ba practice.
It is only that the people who have been practicing in that areas have been taken, or who work in that areas have been taken to practice in that areas.
Okay, thank you. You said these officers, where the commissioner has the prerogative to promote up to the position of chief officer.
That is correct.
Yes, you said no, they are not advertised.
They are not advertised.
But I want to know at least whether there are specifications for the positions, those positions. We want the person of this caliber.
The job specification.
That is correct, because there are job specifications
Specification.
which have those that the specification.
job description and the specification.
Oh yeah, it is the job description which have the job specification.
So then the commissioner will be guided by those specifications to promote.
Ke dumela go le jwalo, Mohlomphegi.
I believe so.
Okay. Besides the issue of politics, Mr. Chair, engaged you on, there is this other one. If is there, you'll tell nepotism.
Atjhe Mohlomphegi. Ke utlwa ke sa ha ke tsebe ka nnete.
I do not know. I really do not know.
Yes, I say this because during the course of earlier, the course of the proceedings here, you would find when we issue out the summons to say if we want to.
In short, there are many common surnames here.
Yes.
You understand?
Ke a utlwisisa Mohlomphegi.
I understand, Honorable Chair.
Proceed, Chair.
Yes, are you aware or haven't been aware of that?
Ke a hlokomela Mohlomphegi fela ke nahana hore tjha ke maikutlo a ka. Correctional service ke institution e kgolo haholo.
Well, I'm aware of that, but I think here is my view, my opinion. Correctional service is a very broad institution.
Ho ke nahana hohle difane tse ngata di ka ba teng. Ke maketse ha ke fumana
So
lo
much that I think that it is a possibility that we find similar surnames.
ha ke fumana hore ka hara correctional service ka mona hona le makgatha. Ha nke ke nahana hore makgatha ke ntho e teng hohle makgatha.
I was only surprised when I realized that in the correctional service there is this name Mahata. I never thought that I would find Mahata in here.
Mme ke batla go tle ke re ho wena Mohlomphegi ha ke mo tsebe le mo tsebe.
And I want to say to you that I do not even know him.
So ke utlwa ke sitwa ho paka taba ena ya nepotism haholo.
So I cannot commit myself on this issue of nepotism.
But how many staff complement the entire CS?
1 plus or minus 1.5.
Okay. You talked about this, we said correctional officers. You talked about assistant correctional officers and
Assistant.
correctional assistant. Yes, yes. Are they remunerated equally or they are different?
Ha ba lekane Mohlomphegi.
No, they are different. They are not equal.
They are not equal.
Correctional assistant o kgola ka tlase haholo.
Yeah, well, correctional assistant is way below.
Ebe correctional officer
It's above.
It's above.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. One thing I wanted to find out from you, I'm aware that as far as civilian staff, public service laws and regulations apply over them. As far as people like yourself.
That is correct, Chair.
But as far as uniformed officers, the minister must make regulations regarding their conditions of employment and the terms.
They use what?
I'm saying as far as civilian staff like yourself, I'm aware that public service laws and regulations, they apply over you.
They do, yes.
But as far as uniformed officers, that would be corrections officers, I'm aware that the minister must make regulations concerning their conditions of employment and the terms.
He must make regulations.
You understand?
Yes.
I understand.
Have those the minister at the advice of the commissioner, do you have those regulations regarding terms and conditions of employment of corrections officers? By corrections officers, I mean all those that are uniformed.
Hantle Mohlomphegi Lesotho Correctional Service ha ena the regulations high na the police.
Actually, the Lesotho Correctional Service does not have policies, does
Document
not have
ya molao.
regulations.
Meaning you still,
Document e molao e re sebetsang ka yona ke yona Lesotho Correctional Service Act 2016.
The legal document which we comply with is this, the Lesotho Correctional Service. Lesotho Correctional Service what?
Act 2016.
Act 2016.
yes, it is that act which says civilians officers, public service laws, uniformed officers, there must be regulations concerning their terms of employment and conditions. You don't have those regulations.
Ke dumela gore ke kgola kwana ho ntse sebetsana le tsona.
I think it is now being considered.
Since 2016 when the act was passed.
What about 2016 when the act was passed?
So I'm just shocked, meaning that you don't have anything written regarding terms and conditions of employment of uniformed officers. You are forced to rely maybe on prison's rules and you understand?
Yes, that is so.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
And one of our functions is establishment management. I'm reminded here, not so.
One of your functions,
I say one of your functions is establishment management, not so.
one of your functions is the
Commissioner, can you
establishment
just
management.
reserve it? At least it's recorded. You'll answer it. We have to take a break now. We will be back at, let's say 10:30. You'll still proceed to testify. 10:30, yes.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tory funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tory will take care of us when they are gone.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo IPE 25 has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers, and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025, and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
Have you ever walked into a store, tried to buy something nice for yourself, only to find, wait, do I have enough cash? Don't worry, CPay has got you covered. Ask a friend, Nzame, through CPay. First, request payment. Enter your friend's details. Confirm the details. Have them approve the request. Then, proceed to make the payment for your purchase using the merchant code provided. Confirm the payment. Now, you are well on your way to enjoying your purchase. At your convenience, you can deposit, send, and receive money using CPay while also taking care of your utility bills. CPay, seamless payments.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tory funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tory will take care of us when they are gone.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo, IPE 25, has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers, and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025, and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no
unlike
other.
gona masafilone kapa nna ke le sofilone bana ba theola le
How do
bo
we
masibu
protect
jwalo le ka
such
diwe
Well, I think my
weekend. So
Well,
we'll be able to respond
sometimes
to that because
we can't.
it's unlike we,
Especially
the civilians.
against things
They get on
death.
duty even when it is at
The
night
least
and even
we
when it's at
can do is to
this
encourage
weekend.
them to
Le ka
take
di-holidays,
Tory
so ha ke tsebe
funeral
hona
plan because
maybe
they
taba
take
eno ena
care
e-
of us
e shebuwe
when we're
jwang.
Even on
here,
holidays,
and
so I do
Tory
not know
will take care
how they
of
have,
us when they are gone.
looked into this issue.
Yeah, you see, this institution is not unique. There are institutions who use shift work. You understand? You understand? It's not
Yes.
unique in the country. There are institutions who still use shift work. You are aware of that?
I'm
aware of that.
Yes, but we were shocked by a number of off days, which we understand people are given here. Are you not shocked to hear that people work? It would mean that maybe they work for 14 days in a month. If they get 14 days off, it would mean that they work around 15 days in a month, isn't it?
go jalo mohlompheng ha eba e ka nnete go sebetsaga jwale e hle bontsha gore ba tla theola 4 days off or 2 days in.
Yeah, that is correct. If that is the position, then it means that there will be 14 days off, the 14 days on duty.
Is that not surprising? Or you think that since they work at night, that is still... I'm asking this from the point of view of HR, assuming that you will know.
Ke mpa fela ke kgola nkare taba tsa security ke bone ka re nna di a nkimela di hloka beng ba teng because bona di tlhaloso tsa ntho nngwe le nngwe e
I think
etsahalang.
these issues concerning security, they are rather complicated to me. They have their own people who have the means, who knows very well about them as to
Hobane
means and requirements.
diopo tse tsong kuang o tlo fumana gore ke position tse tlase ba o ka maybe ha bana tsona.
Because these offs which are taken, you find that they are taken in the lower ranks and the superiors do not have them.
Ke ka ona ke nahanang gore bookamedi ke nahana gore ba ka ba le tlhaloso e batlang e le betere.
This is why I say that the superiors can have a better explanation.
Okay. Now we understand you may not have explanation for it. Otherwise, we thank you for your testimony, and you will agree that you haven't experienced anything bad in this commission, isn't it?
Go jalo mohlompheng.
Yes, that is so.
You're even asking yourself, what was I afraid of? Isn't it?
Go jalo mohlompheng a so re ka re ne ke tshaba batho ne ke kwa ke ke hloka explanation ya gona go thweng.
Yeah, well, I don't think I was fearful, but it's just that I needed an explanation.
Okay, no, thank you so much. You are excused.
Ke a leboha, Mohlomphehi.
Anna, sorry. Yes,
Haven't you taken my document?
this one.
Yes. Evidence leader?
Maybe Assistant Commissioner Raputin can close the gaps where she was unable to. Yes.
Okay.
Madam Raputin, can you assist, please?
Mabitso, officer.
Ke Assistant Commissioner Mokgethi Raputin.
Ntate Raputin ke dumela mokreste no ke ba le bothata fela ba bopaki ba ho letla sakala ho bona. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, ke o papamise le tsola le letong. E re ke hlapanya go bopaki bo tla fana ka bona mo. E re ke hlapanya go re bopaki bo ke tla fana ka bona mo.
Bopaki bo ke tla fana ka bona mona ke nnete fela e seng ho le di manthusa.
Okay. Yeah, fine.
Yes, Madam Raputin. At least you are here. You are aware where she was not able to deal with certain issues that we asked her. And it was understandable because you only arrived here in 2021. When were you employed here?
I was employed in July 7th, 1997.
You started as a corrections officer.
That is correct.
Not as corrections assistant. You didn't go through that other route.
Corrections assistant, corrections officer.
I did not start as correction assistant. I started as correction officer.
Did you go for training immediately you were employed, or it was after some years?
It was after a year. 1998.
Yeah, well, after a year, because I think I went in 1998.
Okay. The current position that you are assuming, what is it called?
It is called Assistant Commissioner Ekikarabelang Strategic Management and Support Services.
Assistant Commissioner Strategic
Management and Support Services.
Yeah. Strategic Management and Support Services. Assistant Commissioner Strategic Management and Support Services.
What's your educational background?
LLB le Public Administration.
LLB and Public Administration.
Administrator.
Okay. Since when were you appointed to this role? Assistant Commissioner, Strategic Management and Support Services.
2022, if my memory serves me well, Mahlomphehi.
Before then, where were you working?
Ke sebeditse ke le officer commanding Kachasnek ka 2009.
I worked as officer commanding in Kachasnek in 2009.
Ka sebetsa ke le officer commanding Kuting from 2012 to 2014.
And then as a commanding officer in Kuting from 2012 to 2014.
ka sebetsa ke le head JTC ka 2014 until 2021 hle ke tsho ha ke promote.
Then I worked as a head at JTC from 2014 up until 2021.
O jwalo mhlophe.
Up until 2021 when I was promoted.
You know, the work of doctors.
O jwalo mhlophe.
Yes.
Okay. I'm told that in order for them to come up with a proper diagnosis, you have to tell them the truth. You have heard that?
Yeah, mhlophe.
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, you may get killed if you don't tell them the truth, because they will then give you a wrong prescription, which is not going to be effective.
That is so.
Yes.
I'm just emphasizing the importance of being truthful before the commission. Not that you have lied. You may feel uncomfortable with certain questions, but just respond to them, because you really want to understand what's going on within the institution. You may have information that is going to be helpful. We asked here, we were told that the institution has been unstable, and I think there's one person who even says, since Mr. Tulo left, this institution has been unstable, especially at the top, because each government that comes in would want to install its own person. Is that what can you say about that? That the current commissioner, if this current government has its own person who is somewhere at the touchline. You understand? You know what players do when they are there?
On the touchline, yes.
Yeah. Maybe that person is already asking the minister, when is it happening? When is this one going? I've been waiting for long. You understand? Something like that. We're told that each government, when it comes in, it then installs its own commissioner. What's your experience as far as that one is concerned?
I agree with that, Honorable Chair.
Ka experience yaka.
Just be slowly.
Okay. Ka experience yaka ke le corrections officer.
Yeah, through my experience as corrections officer,
Ke tla re ne ke qala ho bona ditaba di etsahala ka yona tsela eo.
I will say that it was my first time to see things being done in such a manner.
Ho tloha ka around 2012 if ke sa fose.
From around 2012, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
E hle re ile ra bona di commissioner di changewa ka nako e khutshanyane haholo.
We saw the commissioners being changed in such a very short period.
Le taba ya hore ba ne ba changewa ka lebaka lona leno la hore if there is any change of government.
And the reason that they were being changed, if there was a change in government, the change of government, then we knew the sentence. Then we knew that the commissioner was going to be changed. Sometimes we would know about this even before it is effected.
Okay. Meaning that you would get it from staff members that this one is going.
That is so.
That is correct.
Meaning that would you say there is truth or semblance of truth in the allegation that even staff members themselves, lower ranking staff members, can dictate who should be a commissioner? Because somebody was saying, even lower ranking staff members, they are very powerful. Don't think that they are low in ranks, but they are very powerful because they are listening to outside.
These are the things that we used to acquire.
Then what they would have told you that so and so is going, it happened.
It happened that way.
It happened that way, yes.
Okay. Okay. How does that destabilize the organization? What does it do to the organization, staff morale, and everything else, and even to people, especially the ones at the top of the organization? What is the impact of that?
Yes, let me state my views, Honorable Chair.
That's exactly what you have been called upon to do, to assist the commission without fear or favor.
Ka tlhokomelo ya ka re ne re bona e hlile etsa destabilize management fela jwale e ama le the subordinate staff.
Well, to my view, it destabilized the management, but then it affected even the staff as well.
Haholo ka taba ya discipline, haholo staffung.
More especially in this issue of discipline on the staff.
Jwale le o bona le tlwaelo e ne le ntšha ya bo kamedi bo bonang o bona le.
And then this new habit of the management.
Bona le tlwaelano tlwaelano e ne bonahala e le ntšha ya bo kamedi le staff se senyane kore go sona le taba yana go ha o sana ba bang dipakeng mona mo ofisiri classman se kgona gore e bua le commissioner godimo mane go a sa tsamaya ka chain of command.
And then you see that this uncalled for relationship between the management and the staff down there. You see that the staff member from down there will even go to the commissioner without following the proper chain of command.
Jwale taba eno ile ama taba ya operation tsa rona ka pele ama taba ya management le taba ya the way we operate.
So that issue affected our operations, it affected our management and the way we operate as the institution.
So how prevalent? When was that prevalent?
2012, 13 e ne le kotsi go ke tla e bega gore e ne le kotsi because it was so rampant.
Well, 2012, 2013, it was dangerous because it was so rampant, so prevalent.
To extent that you would even see or hear an officer, a very, very low-ranking officer, ba o betsa gore na hle ke manyetlo ba ntse re batla mamang e be commissioner ntse re batla mamang
To the extent that a very low-ranking officer will tell you that we want so and so to be appointed as a commissioner.
And it
will happen as such.
Okay. But so since this period, you are saying each time there is a new government, you would expect a new commissioner.
That is so much.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Meaning, even with this government, you're expecting a new commissioner.
We are still surprised that he has not been appointed yet.
Or are you saying you are still surprised that he has not been appointed, or you are still surprised that this one is still around?
What I'm saying from Pekyo, the way in 20 years alagate, or in the sense that they ha muso change, honala muchato ken, ha muso change on a jalake, on a zongi and giving a wait delay.
You are still surprised that he is still here.
So yes, we are surprised.
What I'm saying is that we knew that each time there will be a change of government, then there will be a change in the command. There will be a change of commissioner, and then we were surprised that this government has taken this law.
Don't you think maybe their retirement coincided with the installation of new government?
No, that is not so.
Okay. They had not yet reached the retirement age when they left.
That is so.
And they had not resigned.
That is so, Mhlombe.
Okay, okay. So your evidence is that destabilizes the organization.
Very much so.
Okay, okay. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. What is the obtaining situation now at the top management?
In relation
You say
to,
there is stability, there is teamwork.
I can't say there is stability. I can't say there is teamwork. Stability nkare ha hona mo o bonang ho na le maqulwana ane o ne re a bona ka re a utlwa ho ntse o bua ka ona.
About stability, I would say that now there is nowhere you see there are those groups whom we used to hear about.
Unless they happen behind closed doors.
In secret.
Yes.
So you are saying there is no stability, there is no teamwork, but at least you don't have these groups that used to be there.
We don't hear about them.
Yes, we do not hear about those groups.
Okay.
But really, I can't say stability is there.
Okay. Why have you formed the view that you can't say the organization is stable? And why do you say there is no teamwork in your own view?
It depends in the absence of policies.
Well, I used to see that in the absence of policies,
The commissioner ba sebetsa ka tsela eo ya bona ya botho ya tsela eo ba sebetsang ka yona.
yeah, well, then the superiors or the commissioners operate using their own methods.
At times o tla bo re ne re tseba hore hangata ke re la ntse ke le karolo ya senior officers.
But at times you will find that even when I was the part of senior officers,
Ha ntse ke le mookamedi wa ditsi.
when I was the officer commanding of the facilities,
Ho no ba le di-meeting tse neng di ba teng tse e ka ba tse periodical.
there were meetings which were held, maybe even those which were periodical.
Neng ho tla bona le diphutheho tsa bookamedi senior management
Sometimes they will-
on weekly basis.
Sometimes there will be management meetings which were held in weekly.
Jwale in recent times re bona e se sa etsahale.
But in recent times, it does not happen.
Jwale taba eno ka boyona e etsa hore ho be le bookamedi bo ke keng ba tseba development tse teng ka lekala hobane jwale re sebetsa.
So that issue by itself, it causes that there will be some management of the superiors who know I'm sorry, developments which are inside the institutions.
Ke a kgola ke tjena hore bane ke re haeba bookamedi bo itseng bo ne bo kgona hore be le di-meeting tse kgafetsa tseo bookamedi bo etsang diqeto tse strategic.
I am saying so because if then the management had the frequent meetings on which they were doing some strategic decisions or resolutions,
Eba jwale taba eo ha e sa etsahala.
and now that thing is not happening anymore.
Taba eno ka boyona e ka tlisa ho se be le kopano kapa ho ka tlisa bongwe bo le bookamedi bo tlamehang ho ba le bona.
That thing
Eba ha bo be teng.
will cause that good relations or what that oneness that management used to have to not exist anymore.
Ke a kgola ke tjena hobane ke re given the organization that we manage really correctional service kapa really management of correctional service.
Yeah, I'm saying so because given the responsibility we have as the management of correctional services,
our collectivity is very paramount to the smooth running of such kind of organization. That means whatever that we do is futile.
And in the absence of those things, it means that whatever we do is futile.
Okay. And speaking of which, she talked of promotions and selection criteria. As she was talking about it, because even the minister was here and he said, no, these people, they don't have meetings. To an extent that for them to have meetings, I have to call them to my office because I'm aware that they don't meet. And things which one was shocked to hear. But what I want to find out from you, that document, was it developed in consultation with others, or how was it developed?
Which one?
The document that she talked about is a selection criteria. Selection and promotion criteria. Yes. What's the process? What was the process that was followed?
I cannot say lava into collectively because it developed.
I cannot say it was done collectively because I know that it was given to my office to deal with it.
To develop and
to develop it.
To my superiors.
I handed it over to my superiors.
And with the belief that
with the belief that the meeting will be called where it will be addressed.
But like I say, minister.
But it was as if I'm not wrong, the minister wanted it urgently.
Will it mean that it is not the institution on its own and its own instance that developed the document? It was developed as a result of the request by the minister?
To a certain extent, I can say that, but during the tenure of Commissioner Maseru.
Well, there is a time, I know during the tenure of Commissioner Maseru,
I was one of the people who have assignment to develop some sort of a promotion policy.
I was one of the people whom he appointed to develop a promotion policy or guide.
It never saw the day because
it never did see a day because I know that it was dealt with, and after that it did not. It was not passed through at all.
So,
so after that, when the commissioner handed it over so that it be done,
it
may be a handing over from the previous commissioner that thing should be proceeded.
Okay. Yes, one other thing which we engaged her on, we were told of lack of resources, especially at MCCI, being human resources. I know that you are in HR, you call them human capital, all these nice words, in order to make them feel, or to make us feel valued. We're capital. Yeah, but we're told that you have a shortage of that here. But then we had evidence subsequently that no, it's not about shortage of staff. It's about deployment of staff. And I think even Mr. Manaka himself said, no, it's not that we don't have people, but some decisions that were taken are affecting us. We have people. You'll find that even at the time he was asked questions by Mr. Mr. Chulo, he said that half of your people are now home. They are not at work. He agreed that it's like that. So I want to ask you, we have heard that people here, they work 7 days, then they go for off 7 days, then come back 7 days off, then come back to work. Sometimes we're told that others it will be 14 days right away. So are you aware of that from the headquarters? And as the person responsible for HR, are you aware of that?
Ke aware ka taba ya ntho 27 days.
Yes, I'm aware about this issue of 7 days.
Ke kopatle ke hlalose ka tsebo ya ka hona ine e etswa jwang.
Let me explain as to how I know to have been done.
Ke a kgolwa given the recent developments tse teng tsa mesebetsi ena ya rona ho la ba
I
le
think given the recent development of this, our duties,
ho bile le taba ena ya hore motho o tla ba theoela ho bosiu ho tloha ka 8 o'clock, in fact ka 10 o'clock
there was this issue that one will come on duty at night from 10 o'clock
ho fihlela ka 6 o'clock in the morning.
up until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Jwale ka lebaka la shortage ya transport jwale ka ile nngwe mathata e re nang le ona.
So now, because of this shortage of transport, this is one of the problems that we are faced with.
E tla ba taba ya hore motho o tla kena mohlomong ka 80 entse le hona ho tshaba taba e ho addressa taba yana ho tloha hae.
Well,
Kena ka
it will
80
be
ho fihlela
said
ka
that this person will come in at 8 o'clock up until 6 o'clock in order to avoid that problem, to remedy that problem he will be faced with.
Meaning that he would now be working more hours than expected.
Exactly.
To address the problem of
The
transport.
problem of-
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
And you can establish how many hours he would have worked in addition to the hours he was supposed to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ho jwalo mohlompe. Ne taba ena e ke tsebile ele jwalo hore motho ya kena bosiu yena ke yena ya tla ba entitled ho 7 days.
So I knew it as such that the person who will come on duty at night is the one who will be entitled on 7 days.
But these extra hours he would have worked, when you compare them to 7 days, do they really make 7 days? The extra hours he would have worked.
Ke mpa ke a kgola hona jwale ke sena the mathematical know how ya yona kapo ke sena ntho e neng ke tlotla ke ngola ka yona but
Well, I think right now I do not have a mathematical know-how in respect of this issue or somewhere on which I have read about it.
but tlhokomelong ya ka ke la ka hlokomela hore e hlile e etsa reimburse matsatsi ano kapo nako eno ye motho a tla ba theoetse ka yona.
But my observation, it reinvested those days upon which that officer will be on duty.
Yena ke tsela e ke reng ke ile ka e hlalosetswa kapo ba dula fatshe ke a tsaya moneng ke sebetsa ke la ka ba le bothata ba yona haholo hobane jwale ke a kgolwa motho o sebeditse mona ke ne ke theoela 7 days ke me ke theoela ho tloha Mantaha ho fihlela Sontaha ebe Mantaha hoseng ha ke mosebetsing.
Yeah, well, this is the issue which I was told, and I had a problem with this issue because it used to be when I was doing it, it would be that I'll come on duty on Monday, then the whole week, even Mantaha or Mosebetsi.
Ebe Mantaha ke ha ke tswa mosebetsing bosiu. Re ne re bitsa night guard out kapo ne re bitsa off ka nako e.
Okay, and then Monday when I come out,
You would have off.
duty at night.
Ebe hosane ke ya mosebetsing.
Then I have off, and then tomorrow morning I go to work.
Okay.
Yes, mohlompe.
That's how it used to be.
It used to be.
Then it changed to 7 days.
Changed to this, but
This 7 days, is it 7 days off per month? Or how does it work? You work 7 days, then 7 days you come to work, then the following 7 days is off, or how does it work? How was it explained to you?
ka tsebo ya ka kapo e hlekere ka tsebo ya ka ha e apply ho motho ya sebetsang bosiu fela.
Yes.
To my recollection or to my knowledge, when it applies to the person who works only at night,
Mo re nang le staff se sengata le kgwedi tse pedi kapo kgwedi ya feta motho eo a soka a fumana 7 days.
where we have many staff, even a month will pass by without that person getting that 7 days.
But what I want to understand is where now you don't have staff, where it is supposed to work. That's 7. Is it 14 days in a month, in the sense that it will be 7 days this week, then next week he comes to work, the following day, week he takes 7 days, or it's just in a month you are given 7 days off?
Hlompe ke a kgolwa ke kopatle ke boela ke hlakisa hape.
Yes.
It can only have it used kapo ka tsebo ya ka e apply ho motho eno a theolang bosiu fela ka hore o theola bosiu bekeng ena.
Yes.
Well, it used to apply, or it applies to this person who comes on duty at night because he will be on duty at night this week.
Yes.
Ke tla bontsha ka tsebo ya ka hore ke a kgola central e batla e le a bit complex.
Yes.
In terms of human capital we loka hola e hlalosa Mhlompe.
Because the central is a bit complex in terms of human capital, as you explained.
Motho ena ha theotse ka bosiu bekeng e tlang aba di offer tseo tsa hae.
Well, when that person is on duty at night, then the next week when he comes to his off,
Aba offer bekeng ya le hlahlamang ke ne ke tseba a theola motshehare.
that following week, to my knowledge, he will come on duty at daytime.
A daytime, then after that daytime o tlo theola ka 2 o'clock.
Then after that daytime, he will come on duty at 2 o'clock.
After 2 o'clock we are 6.
After 2 o'clock, then he goes to 6.
From 6 we are bosiu.
From 6, he goes at night.
That is how it worked. So ya hore ka kgwedi ya ka theola kapa ka theola matsatsi a 14.
Okay.
It correct.
It wouldn't mean 7 days should only be once a week in a
Once
month.
That is
Okay.
correct.
This is how I understood and this is how it worked. Mo ke neng ke sebetsa.
Where I was working.
Okay. Okay. So you don't know how it is done here.
Ehlile ho jwalo Mohlomphehi, I do not know ebile ha ke na le information fela ya hore ehlile o tla fumana ngata batho ba offer ntse batho ba offer. So guys ale ke na le
Only
problem
have
le yona ka
information
nnete.
that they say that the people are off.
Meaning when you say you always had a problem with it, you preferred your own way.
The way e ke neng re sebetsa ka yona ke yona e ne ke utlwa e ka le ha e kena taba ena ya 7 days.
Well, the way we were doing it, it was the one which I felt that even when it was put to use, the 7 days.
E kene around 2013-14 ha eba ha ke fose. Ke ne ke utlwa e kena e le hobane ho thwe e tlo addressa bothata bona ba batho ba tla be ba theoetse dinako tse telele ba tla ba theoetse ka di weekend one ya theoetseng ka
Yeah,
weekend.
well, even when it was established, I felt that it was going to be established because it was going to remedy that issue of the people who were on duty even at the weekends.
So bona ke a tseba hore ha theoetse e ba o theoetse ho tloha Mantaha ho fihlela Moqebelo ho tloha Mantaha ho fihlela Sontaha o na le offer a e fuwang to reimburse those 2 days.
So when he was, I know that when he would have been on duty from Monday to Sunday, then he was reimbursed 2 days. He was given an off to reimburse 2 days.
Okay.
Ho jwalo Mohlomphehi.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any?
Yes, Mohlomphehi.
There's a terminology here which was used, which was called Sefako. Do you know that? Marikutia Sefako. Do you know that?
O jwalo mongaka ke la ka fumana taba eno no ke la ka tsaka ya sekolong ha ke khutla ke la ka utlwa go bile taba ya sefako.
Yes, that is correct. I found that issue because I went to.
What does it mean?
I went to school, and then when I came back, I heard about that.
Ke tla bua ka tsela e ke la ka utlwa ka yona Mohlomphehi.
I will say it the way I heard it, Honorable Commissioner.
hore immediately ka ka letsatsi la hore ma recruit yana kene ka 2016.
You see, on that day when those recruits came in 2016,
Ke re ma recruit a kene ka 2016 ka nako ene ba tswa ka yona.
those recruits who came in 2016, at the time they passed out.
The day after pass out.
The day-
Is that not what you? On the pass out.
On the pass out.
Okay.
Hola na sifako.
On the pass out, yeah, there was a frost.
Thank you.
Okay. It is because those ones that are called Safak, it was said that they had also been employed because of politics, party politics. Do you know anything or you don't know? Or you haven't had it?
I had it Mohlompe.
Okay. You had that as well.
Ke la ka ifumana Mohlompe hobane ke a tseba le radio hola ka ono ba hlaha taba eno hlaha ka Mohlompe e mong.
Yeah, well, I heard about it because I know that even on the radio, that issue was raised by one Mohlomphei.
Yes, ha ke sa hopola.
Was it a minister or what?
I don't know. Hona le minister ka nako eno no fela o no be le issue eno ya hore batho ba bang ba ile.
No, what I'm worried because now he's interpreting. He's using the very same word you have used, Mohlomphei. What's the title of that person to help him because that record does not know Mohlomphei. He's using Mohlomphei as well. So just make it easy for him.
What I know, Kesari was once a minister.
Okay.
What I know is that I think he was once a minister.
Okay.
Mo ke kopa ke tle ke thusa Mohlomphei ke tle ke if my memory serves me.
Okay.
Yes, Mohlomphei ha ke tlo tla ke etsa sete.
Okay.
Yeah, well, let me be assisted if my memory serves me. Yeah.
Ho no hlaya taba ya hore bana ba ho ntsona le bana ba hiruweng ka tsela tse ba hiruweng ka tsona ke ba rona, something like that. Ha ebe ke hopolang.
Yeah, they came an issue that there are some other kids who have been employed in the way they have been employed, that they belong to us, if I recall well.
Mohlomphei in a clear coincide with ma recruit yana o no bonahala hola wa utlwala hore ehlile hona le taba e sa sebetswang hantle hore ba kene hobane le ho kena ha bona.
This coincided with this issue of this recruits wage.
Who it was said their
when they
recruitment
were
was not
employed,
about
they were employed following the proper channels.
Ka ne senze rena le di officer tse so kan di train but bona itse ba fitla fela ba se ba bila ba fetela training.
We had officers who had not yet been taken for training, but then these ones, upon their arrival, they passed on to training.
Mecha ela ya ba bang ba rona ke a khola ela ya re fada utu rona ebe ba ke ba buang ba fetang ho ntsona le bana ba bangata ba ntse ba le teng.
To some of us, it created a doubt because we were wondering as to why these ones, because there were still others who had not gone.
Okay.
Ke a hopola ona le mong eneng a le ka bona una hiruwe ka 2010.
I remember that there was one when I think he was hired in 2010.
But ha bana ba fihla ba mo feta tseleng ba kena ana sala o tsata o tswa le bana
When
ba
these
kena
ones arrived, they passed him and left him behind and went.
Okay, so in short, that former minister was confirming that, look, during my reign, I'm making an example, if that's what he was saying, there are people who were employed not through proper channels in LCS. Was that what he was saying?
ke a khola ntona ile ya etsahala no na le commotion in the government but ha ke batle ho kena ho tsona.
Yeah, well, this thing happened. There was a commotion in the government. I do not want to dwell much on this one.
But hola ba le issue ka nako eno ya hore batho ba bang ba ile mo no ba ke ba rona, something like that.
Okay.
But there was that issue which was raised that some other people have been taken there and these people belong to us, something like that.
Okay, he was saying they belong to their political party.
That is
That was
so.
the message.
That is so.
Okay.
Yes, that's.
Okay. I asked about the organogram, and I was asking the lady who testified just before you. I just want you to have a look at this document, Madam. Just look. If you can agree with my observation, especially as far as it relates to, is it your section, is it your division, or is it your unit? What is it called? Because you couldn't answer those questions. I understand you're a department. What do you call, is it a division where you fall under, or is it a unit, or is it a section?
It's already divided in section.
We
Section.
have since known them as sections.
Meaning that Mr. Phamutse is in charge of your section.
Yes, we are not from there.
That is correct.
And you, what do you call yours? Is it a unit or what?
Ke kgola taba ya terminology mohlompheng ya mantswe yana ha re ikile le section re tla be re na ka tlasa section re na le di units.
Well, I think about this terminology when we have taken these words at saying that this is a section, then under section will be having units.
Meaning that we can confidently say IT unit.
That is so mhlompe.
Okay. Okay. HR unit.
HR unit, that is so mhlompe.
Okay. What I observe under Mr. Phamutse, I don't see those units, but it's just ranks that I see. Is that observation correct? I don't see from your organogram the kind of functions that you have. I see just ranks.
Yes, that is correct. These are ranks.
Meaning that this organogram does not tell us the kind of functions that LCS has, except for, I think it's the other deputy commissioner rehabilitation. I think or is it still also only ranks there?
Mhlompe ke bona organogram ena e ka ene e bontsha fela hore na each deputy commissioner o ikarabella tlasa ke bo mang ba ikarabellang tlasa hae.
I think that this organogram only indicates as to which deputy commissioner, who are the people who falls under him.
It does not necessarily talk to tabaya the responsibilities of batwana ba ikarabellang tlasa.
It does not necessarily reflect the responsibility of these people who falls under him.
But do you have a organogram that will tell us, look, at LCS, we have so many business units. This are, when one looks at it, he can be able to see that.
I
think it will not be difficult to have it.
What I'm asking is whether it can be easy to develop. Do you have it?
I cannot say it's readily available.
Have you seen it?
No, mhlompe.
You haven't seen it?
I have not seen it, but each office it has the responsibilities. Each office has the responsibilities.
I've not seen it, but then what I wanted to say was that each office would know its responsibilities.
Okay. Okay. No. Meaning that what we have really just shows reporting lines, who is the senior most, and then shows the ranks, not necessarily business functions that are there within LCS.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm done with questions. Any? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner, for your contribution. Unless if there is something which you think that we may have omitted in our questions, which can be helpful to LCS, you are free to say it.
Okay.
No, I don't think I have anything.
There was an issue about the commanding officer here, Mr. Manaka, to whom he should report at headquarters. It was reporting about issues about security here. I don't think it was resolved. There was Mr. Ntako and who, Mr. Pamotse and Mr. Mahao and Mr. Tsulo. Mr. Tsulo and Mr. Mahao. I think Mr. Tsulo and Mr. Mahao were saying the reports of Mr. Managa arrive at the office of the commissioner, not to them. I don't know what you can say about that. And it was sensitive because Mr. Managa was saying he was reporting about defective security here, and then it was not being attended to.
Mhlombe, tsela re operatang ka yona re le correctional service.
The way we operate as correctional service,
Ke tla e qala mona di tsing tse nyane.
I will start with the small facilities.
Di tsing tse nyane re na le bo ka me go thweng ke di regional kapo divisional commanders kapo divisionals. Yes.
Yes, in the small facilities we have divisional commanders.
Ba tlaleha ho yena, ha ba qeta ho tlaleha ho yena.
They report to him, and after they report to him,
Mhlombe. O ba tlaleha ho divisional commander e le di officer commanding.
they report to divisional commander as the officer commanding.
Then divisional will
Officer commanding.
report to the senior assistant commissioner.
Then
Operations.
the divisional will report to assistant commissioner,
Senior
senior assistant commissioner operations.
But with central, it's different. Maseru Central. Ka tsela ya hore e sentse o kametswe ke assistant commissioner.
It is different because it is already managed by assistant commissioner.
So that being the case, assistant commissioner Manaka. Yena by right o tlameha hore ha tlaleha.
About this one, by right, he has to, when he made or when he is reporting,
O tlameha ho tlaleha ho senior assistant commissioner directly.
he has to report directly to senior assistant commissioner.
Senior assistant commissioner to deputy commissioner,
Then from senior assistant commissioner to deputy commissioner,
then to the commissioner.
then to the
It
commissioner.
should not be otherwise. That is how I know Mhlombe.
But it was as if the commissioner has directed that Mr. Manaka's reports must go direct to the commissioner. And there was a circular of 2012 or something.
What was being said was that in 2012, commissioner, not the current commissioner, issued out a circular saying that these reports should go to him instead of following this route that you explained.
Yes, Mhlombe.
As a result of which, that's the testimony from the two gentlemen, being deputy commissioner and senior assistant commissioner, as a result of which, in as much as Mr. Manaka, on a daily basis, reports about certain things to senior assistant commissioner Mahao, his weekly reports, monthly reports, yearly reports, all the returns, they go to the registry. And from the registry, Mr. Mahao was saying, he doesn't get all the reports. The reports go to his office, that would be security office. where his staff would work on the reports. You understand? And then he will get, some will be brought to his attention, but not as a full report. Certain issues will be brought to his attention from those reports by his officers. He will only get a complete report when he asks for it. Look, you have sent me this issue. I want to have a complete report. You understand? Others, he will get from the commissioner. Commissioner may flag certain issues, either for attention of Mr. Mahau or for attention of Deputy Commissioner. You understand? Then they can ask for a complete report. They were actually saying, for you to understand what the issue was, so that then you can answer us. There is this tower, maximum tower, which we established that it was not meant on the date of the escape. And we also established that they knew that at some stage it was not meant. You understand? But both of them, all of them, being Mr. Manaka, Mr. Mahau, Mr. Tolo, were in agreement that at some stage, after Mr. Mahau had raised a query following his quarterly visits to this station, after he had raised the query, they met. And they were saying, the two from headquarters, an instruction was made for Mr. Manaka to see to it that the tower is manned. You understand? They are saying, we instructed you to ensure that the tower is manned. You understand? But then he was saying, I told you why that tower cannot be manned. I told you the challenges of manning that tower. In fact, in all my reports, you are getting my deployment reports or what do you call it here? Duty roster. You were getting it. You are aware that that tower was not being manned. You understand? You are aware. And he actually presented it here, duty roster and everything else. It is clear that that tower is not being manned. And he was saying, the two gentlemen, I'm not the only one who is responsible. You also knew that that tower was not being manned from the time we discussed. I told you that it was not possible to man it. Then they were saying, we don't get these reports. We could not have known. We don't get these reports because the reports they go to the registry, not to them. From registry, they go to Mr. Mahau's officers, his officers. His officers would only give him that which they think needs or requires his attention. It's only him that can say, oh, I want the full report to understand what is it that you want me to do. You understand what the issue is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think to that I may add another one. There is a camera control room in the Maseru Central Prison here. And there was a defect, a handheld device, which is called a mouse. At one time, for a long time, it was not working. Now that mouse was controlling cameras. So it was not possible to manipulate the cameras because the mouse was defective, and reports were made to headquarters about that. So I hope you're going to answer now. So it is a serious matter, but also seemingly minor when it is done by adults.
Yes.
And we expect you to answer honest because you are an independent witness. You are not affected by this.
Okay.
What do you know? What is the process? After the reports are given to registry, do you know? If you don't know, you don't know.
Mhlompe ke a kgolwa ke tla khutlela mane mo neng ke bontsha gore commissioner o le ngwe fihla ka o sebedisa his personal feelings kapo.
Well, I return to where I indicated that each and every commissioner, when they arrive, they use their personal feelings.
Me ntwe no ka bo yona e tlisa gore haeba ha rate ka putting ha sebetsa central kapa ha rate ke kopa ke tla etsa mohlala beng ba ka iso go ke bua ka batho.
Yes, I know.
Ha rate mahao.
Well, for instance, if I make an example, if then that commissioner is saying that, no, I do not like Mahao or Raputin.
O tla etsa such decisions tsa hore jwale the information ha e fihle mahao e fetela pele.
He'll make such decisions to ensure that the information does not reach Mahao, passes on forward.
So ke a kgola taba ke tlo bua ka ena ke ena bahlomphi ba ka hore issue tse kang tseno tsa ho etsa decisions tsa mofuta o.
So what I'm going to talk about is that these issues of making such decisions,
they create an administrative deficiency. Ka tsela ke ena ha e ba hona jwale ke tlaleha direct kapo ena morena Manaka o tla tlaleha directly.
well, in this way that if I report directly or Mr. Manaka reports directly or have to report directly,
He has to report directly to the commissioner.
he has to report directly to the commissioner.
Then behind mona basina information.
When his immediate supervisors, immediate superiors do not have information,
Problems like this will occur. Ke tla boela ke pheta taba ena gape bahlomphi.
I'll again reiterate this issue again.
At the regional level kapo at the district level, officer commanding o tla tlalela regional.
The officer or commanding will report to regional.
The returns tsena ha di fihla officing ya regional wa di sheba.
When these returns come, they get to the office of the regional who looks at them.
Then if there is any problem, he will refer the matter to the officer ka pela hailing officer bemba.
Then he will refer the matter to the office
Officer mongai ko ga be ke tsa
of his
mohlala.
superior.
O tla isa
Senior assistant.
senior assistant commissioner ele regional ena ele assistant commissioner.
Being the regional is the assistant commissioner, so it says will pass on to senior assistant commissioner.
So that means the chain of command will be followed. Me however the returner decided there that means o tla bana le information here.
Then if you then would have signed for those returns, then it says you will have acquired all the information.
Empa however di etsahala ka tsela ena e fapaneng ya hore di tla ga di tloa be se dia mola headquarters di sai ka office ya morena mama.
Then if they happen in this manner that they went upon from the start they go to the office of the commissioner without getting into the office of Morena Mahao.
Hobane ke utlwa e ka o tla tlameha ho yena ha ditaba tsena di fihla office ya o tlameha ho ga di check le di sign. But
because I feel that when these things get to his office, then he has to check them and sign for them.
mona ke tla ke bua ka central.
I'm talking about central in this instance.
E tlameha hore ebe ha di fihla office ya wa di signela jwale ebe jwale tla fetela pele a sa na le information ya ditaba
He has to sign them upon arrival there in his office. Then he passes them on forward when he already has acquired the information in respect of them.
Just like divisional commander ana le information ya ditireke tse wa di busa.
Just like the divisional commander has the information regarding the district he commands.
Mme ha eba hona le any shortage kapa hona le bothata ba camera hona le bothata yes.
Yeah, well, if there is a shortage of the problem with the camera or the problems with many towers,
ha di return Morena Mahao will have picked that up.
Inside the returns, then Morena Mahao would have picked that up.
Ha ke tsebela be ke ntse toka potsong yana mohlompe.
So this is serious because it is what we are investigating here. In other words, you are saying if Mr. Manaka's report should have gone to Mr. Mahao.
Through Mr. Mahao, yes.
Yeah, that is true.
Which sounds very simple to me. I mean, there is no issue there.
Oh, yeah,
it should be, so you are saying it should be like that?
It should be like that.
Okay.
Chain of command.
Well, this is the way I understand the job, how the job should be done and the chain of command.
Let me understand, to whom does the registry belong?
The registry.
Because they are taken to registry. Is there anything wrong with them being taken to registry?
Registry belongs to the office of the commissioner at the headquarters level.
Okay.
But it's an issue re ka e lokisa rona ka bo rona.
Well,
Ha eba
it's
se
an
re
issue which is
hlokometse
easy
hore
for us to resolve on our own if we have accepted that there's a problem with it.
because however at the registry office ho fihla ditaba tsa ditriki kaofela di fihlela at the registry level.
Because if at the registry office, all the issues about all the districts come to from the district level.
Logic dictates hore senior assistant commissioner Mahao ona le information e.
So logic dictates that the senior assistant commissioner Mahao has that information.
Because information went through the regional, went through the divisional commander, we sign it, or badile information information
Because that information went through the divisional manager, he has read that information, he has signed for it, and he has the full information.
Okay, that would be if the report from here, from Mr. Managa, goes straight to Mr. Mahao.
That is correct.
Then from Mr. Mahao, it would go to registry. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I was saying.
Okay.
So the problem seems to be that Maseru Central is too close to headquarters. If it was out in Hotlong, things would be normal.
So
Does it only apply to Maseru Central? It was like it applies to all the stations, that all the stations, their returns, they don't go to Mr. Mahao, they go to directly to registry.
Central is a bit complex and it's different from the rest of the stations. Information ownership.
Well, because when those ones in the district, the regional already has the ownership thereof.
New reporter who senior assistant commissioner Maha.
And he reports to senior assistant commissioner Mahao.
Senior assistant commissioner Mahao.
Senior assistant commissioner Mahao, yeah.
So, yena ya central. Kene kupla le kana ya ba bonolo ka ofitisa hobane ebile re haufinyana jalo ka ketso.
But this one about central, I think that it would have been easy because we are very close, as I say.
But if in central, if in regional, it is not like his reports, his returns, they go directly to Mr. Maha. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
They go to registry. You understand? It means just like the returns from central, Mr. Mahao would not have seen them. He can only see them if they are given to him via the registry.
Yes, Mufumpe.
Meaning that what you are saying should obtain does not obtain even with respect to regional commanders or divisional commanders, because they don't send their returns directly to Mr. Mahao.
Yes.
I understand for station commanders, you are saying station commanders, they send their reports to divisional commanders.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and if things being equal from divisional commanders, the reports must go to Mr. Mahao directly. That's what you are saying. Yes.
We have 3 divisions. These 3 divisions,
Lady assistant commissioner the assistant commissioner.
they have assistant commissioners or must have a senior assistant commissioners.
They will be returned in. Hadikua.
Then these returns, they go to them.
Who would be divisional commanders? Yes.
Baba le ownership at all.
Yes.
Yes.
So
they
in
have
this
them.
case, yes. In this case, because of the complexity,
In this case, because of complexity of central, maybe vicinity, and the issues in relation to headquarters.
Form ownership information. Central.
From how in order to have the ownership of the information from central.
Central, we can directly to him.
As the commanding officer central falls directly under him, there is no one in between. This return should
fihla
have,
ho yena ebe di lo fetela bonyane ka registry se a sa na le information.
this return should have followed the proper channels up until they have him before they go to the registry so that they have ownership.
That's why I'm saying
He has information.
you presuppose that returns from divisional commanders go directly to Mr. Maha.
Go on,
You
go on.
presuppose that
Ha ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
that the returns from divisional commanders go directly to Mr. Maha.
My ke batla hore ke tle ke hlakise ka tsela ena ha ke tsebe na hebe the information e teng ka hara di return regional commander ona le ownership ya wa itse
The information
We understand
Yes,
that.
yes.
We understand.
but information e teng ka hara di return regional commander in this case Morena Mahao ke kopa ke ile ba
Well,
Okay.
but this information said the return regional commissioner, in this case, Morana Mahao.
regional commander ya central in this case ke tla mo ka ile Morena Mahao
Regional commander central, in this case, I will take that it is Morana Mahao.
Hana ownership ya
Okay.
information.
Does not have that ownership of this.
Before we can even get more confused, we are talking of divisional commander.
Ya mohlomphehi.
Divisional commander. We understand that at the regions, you have station commanders, they report to divisional commanders.
Yeah, sure.
Then my understanding was that you are saying, since station commanders report to divisional commanders have ownership of the reports.
Yes mohlomphehi.
From divisional commanders, where should that information go? To Mr. Mahao? Or where should it go?
Information ena e tloha ho divisional commander a kere e ya ka registry.
When that information leaves the
Divisional
divisional
commander.
commander,
Yes.
it goes to
Yes.
the registry.
It goes to the registry.
Yes mohlomphehi.
Okay.
But in this case, a regional commander kapo a divisional commander wa khona hore a ka araba Morena Mahao ka information that is obtaining ka hara return.
But in this case, the divisional commander, regional commander, is able to respond to Morana Mahao with this information which is contained inside the returns.
Are you making distinction between regional commanders and divisional commanders, or they are one and the same
They
thing?
are one and the same thing.
Yes.
Mohlomphehi.
Mr. Mahao is not a regional commander.
But for the purposes of central, he is.
Okay.
For the purposes of central, he is.
He is.
Yes mohlomphehi.
Okay.
Yes mohlomphehi.
Why are you saying for purpose of central he is? Is it something that is,
It's because officer commanding central, he assistant commissioner.
yes.
It is because officer commanding central is assistant commissioner.
The divisional commanders, he the assistant commissioner.
Divisional commanders are assistant commissioners.
So, however, officer commanding Kachasnek, we carabella who divisional commander south.
Then if officer commanding Kachasnek is answerable to the divisional commander south.
Officer commanding central will utlai karabella ho senior assistant commissioner Mahao. For the purposes of this, divisional.
Then officer commanding central then will be answerable to or reported to senior assistant Mahao.
Yes, mohlomphehi.
Okay.
So,
Why don't the reports, you are saying the reports from central, I understand they must go to Mr. Mahao.
yes, mohlomphehi.
Why shouldn't the reports, because my understanding is that he is responsible for security throughout the country. Why shouldn't the reports from divisional commanders go to his office as well?
Leona, it does no harm. Empa fela ene le taba ya ownership ya station se leng hore he's an immediate supervisor to.
Well, it does no harm, but then it is the matter of the station in which he is responsible to.
But he is immediate supervisor of divisional commanders, isn't it?
Who give him information ena e tloang ka hara di return tsane tse banang le tsona tse ba di signetseng. So tsena tsa
Yeah, who gives him information coming from the return that they had signed on?
Now, you are saying divisional commanders, their reports, they go to registry.
ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
That is correct.
But your expectation was that Mr. Managa's report must go to Mr. Mahao
Ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
because he is there, his immediate supervisor.
Ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
That is correct.
Then I'm saying Mr. Mahao is immediate supervisor of these divisional commanders.
Ho jwalo mohlomphehi.
That is correct.
But it would appear that you don't have qualms with them not submitting their returns directly to him. You don't see anything wrong with them submitting to registry. That's why I want to understand, because I'm saying they are both his immediate. I understand the position of Mr. Manaka that due to complexity of Central, it has been given to somebody of his rank. I understand that. But as far as I'm concerned, all of them, they report directly to Senior Assistant Commissioner. Why should the reports from divisional commanders take a different route? Isn't Mr. Mahau, since he's the one responsible for security throughout the country, isn't he entitled to see information from these other divisional commanders?
Hence I said it makes no harm. The guys are, but with specifically Central.
This is why I say
the first-hand information. Directly where?
It makes no harm, but then
it makes no harm for all this information to go through his office, but with specific emphasis on Central Prison. The problem is division. I mean, Central ga boyona ke ya mogena Mahao ka hore o ikarabella ho yona through Morena Manaka. So
yeah, but the problem about Central is that it is answerable to Morena Mahao, as he is directly senior, or he is a direct supervisor of Mr. Manaka.
Yes, because I honestly don't understand the distinction that you are making between Mr. Manaka and these other divisional commanders. I understand that maybe he's not a divisional commander. I understand that.
Yes.
But in my view, Mr. Mahau still remains accountable for what happens at Maseru Central and for what happens even at the regions, as a result of which, if the argument is that he must get the report, Mr. Manaka's report, because he's accountable or responsible for what happens here, he's equally accountable for what happens in the districts. If the reports from divisional commanders must go via registry, he will get them via registry, but it's a matter of having arrangement of how he gets them. Why can't it be the same? If they have to go to him like Mr. Manaka, because he remains accountable for all of them, isn't it?
That is so from me.
Okay. Okay, let him exhaust.
Mr. Raputi, in terms of principles of administration, would you say Maseru Central Institution here is a region, like Region South or Region North?
Traditionally,
we have 3 regions.
Central region in the divisional central.
Central region used to be answerable to divisional region central.
Kana kweno ine ukametswe ke motho wa boemo kapo kana kwetse ne ukamela ke motho wa boemo ba senior superintendent.
At that time it was managed by the senior superintendent,
but ha ditaba di change central e se ukamelwa ke motho wa boemo ba assistant commissioner.
But when things were changing now, it was managed by the person of the assistant commissioner.
Hola bona hala eka ho kana hwa e ba le issue ya administration e kana ya bantu, because ya ba le bothata ka hore
they appeared that there might be a problematic issue of administration.
Ka hore regional central inenzele assistant commissioner,
because regional central was still assistant commissioner.
So central mo kamedi wa central inenzele assistant commissioner.
So the commanding officer central was assistant commissioner.
Tlhokomelo ya ka ke hore decision was reached on that basis ka hore central ka boyona ka lebaka la complexity jalo ka ke la ka bua ka.
So I am saying that decision was reached on this basis that as I said, because of the complexity of the central.
Headquarters.
This is why it will be answerable or responsible to headquarters.
Office senior assistant commissioner.
Through the office of senior assistant commissioner. Mahau.
Yes, yes.
But when I listened to you, you were saying the principles of reporting should be the same as those of the other divisions. I seem to hear you saying that.
I'm still saying it, Mhlompe.
So you are saying that?
I am saying that, Mhlompe. That's like
In terms of reporting.
Terms of reporting, they will only differ when it comes to central. Kahore, the regional commander, a divisional commander, will report to Morena Mahao. While
Because the regional commander, divisional commander, will only report to Morena Mahao.
after getting a report from the station, from the officer commanding the station.
Yes.
So in this case, Assistant Commissioner Manaka report straight to Senior Assistant Commissioner Operations. Unlike other stations,
Yes.
that is where the difference is.
Yes.
So in this case, how no more against Morena Manaka le Morena Mahao.
Yes.
Yeah, well, in this case, there's no one between Morena Manaka and Morena Mahao.
Hence, my argument, the information at one central should go to Morena Mahao.
He must know.
He must know it firsthand.
Hence, that my argument that the information from Mr. Manaka should go to Morena Mahao.
That is why I say the problem is that Maseru Central is too close physically to headquarters. That is why we're having problems.
That is one thing. Another, micromanagement, the vicinity,
But you are saying Mr. Mahao must go.
Yes, that is.
That is if he gets the reports.
That is if he gets the report. He will know if he gets the report.
And he should.
No, he's saying they are taken to registry. They are not taken to him.
There should be a change.
That is what I'm talking
Okay.
about. Yes,
Okay. Yes.
So, Morena Raputi, you are saying that divisional commanders, I'm sorry to say divisional, regional commanders send their reports weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual report straight to the register.
That is what is happening, Honorable Mhlumbe.
That is what is happening now.
So
Present.
you agree that they are sent there because those reports are different reports to be sent to different sections within the central, Maseru Central, I mean to say, the Soweto Correctional Service.
Yeah, will you please repeat that question?
The reporter then take a transition decision. They are to different sectional heads.
Yeah, those reports from the divisions go to different sectional heads.
That is why they are traced to the registry so that respectively they should be documented to the sectional heads. So in the case of Central, it's different because as Senior Assistant Commissioner Mahao is acting as a divisional commander for Central. So it is imperative that Assistant Commissioner Manaka should send the returns to Senior Assistant Commissioner Mahao to peruse them. And then thereafter, Senior Assistant Commissioner Mahao should send those reports to the registry.
That is so.
Is what we are saying.
That is what I was saying.
The same thing can apply to the commandant CSTS. To whom is he answerable?
He's answerable to answerable to Deputy Commissioner Admin. I mean,
He has to be-
SMS, I mean, SMSS, in strategic management, but it's not the case now.
He has to be responsible to Deputy Commissioner
Commissioner
SMSS
or Senior Assistant Commissioner SMSS.
or Senior Assistant Commissioner SMSS.
Is strategic management and support services.
He's sending them there because CSCS is functioning as a human resource office.
That is very true.
So things being normal, the commandant then send the returns to
SAC, SMSS.
who in return shall submit those reports to the Office of Registry. Things being normal.
That is correct, Honorable Commissioner.
Let me ask you here, Mr. Rapporteur. I understand you are saying, due to uniqueness of Maseru Central, these reports must go directly to Mr. Mahal. I'm not clear about the reports from the regions. It's like you don't see anything wrong, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that maybe he doesn't see them, because my understanding is that if he's responsible for the region, he must also see those reports. Let me ask you, what is obtaining now? From the registry, are they taken to him, distributed to him directly before they go to commissioner, or what happens?
No, I
No, I don't remember that happening.
Meaning that the commissioner reads the report first, see the reports first, then action them for either Mr. Mahal or Mr. Solo.
The report about return
When this report or this returns arrive,
the registry is the unit in the section
the registry distributes it to the respective unit. Maybe for an example, it will be health section,
it have a section ya security,
then the security,
it have a section chaplaincy.
then there is a section, maybe we have the chaplaincy.
Let's the sectional heads.
And upon arrival there, they come to sectional heads.
They peruse them,
They peruse them and they look if they are proper, they are in order.
Okay. You are saying that the reports that go to registry,
That's what
this would include Mr. Managa's reports.
That is correct.
You are saying registry distributes them to relevant sectional heads.
sectional heads. Yes.
That is correct.
Who should be deputy commissioners or who?
No.
Yes.
In most cases, the offices are the senior assistant commissioners.
In most cases, this is offices of senior assistant commissioners.
So your expectation is that reports from Mr. Manaka and from divisional commanders, those that are relevant to administration and security, they are taken to, is it Mr. Mahal?
Yes, these are offices. More than that,
Yes.
senior assistant commissioner who administration.
Well, in this position as a senior assistant commissioner who is responsible to operations,
Only officer security.
there is the office of security
The issues
on which these issues are taken to.
Then bona rightfully they need the report the understanding what it fetela who not to fetela the report who the sectional head
So the understanding is that the understanding is that after they perused this report, that they will pass this report to the sectional aides or the people who are involved.
So far, I understand you. Mr. Managa's report and divisional commander's reports
Yes.
from the registry. If they relate to Mr. Mahao's function, they go to security office, not necessarily to him.
Not necessarily to him.
Yes, from there,
From there, it's then the office ya commissioner.
From there, they will pass on to the office of commissioner.
This is the way. Office ya commissioner the office ya commissioner through the chain of command.
They will they will go to the office of commissioner through that chain of command that
but then,
I've been referring to.
but then, the office that you said they are referred to is that of security, which Mr. Mao is responsible
It's
for.
responsible for.
Where do they go from there?
From
Do they
the
go
office-
to Mr. Mahao and Mr. Sulo? What
Mr. Solo,
happened?
yes, that time we have Mr. Solo. So that is Solo will then the commissioner ka.
And from then, that is so. Then
That is how
from
it's-
that is so they will get to the commissioner.
But before they get to Mr. Sulo, they have gone through Mr. Mahao.
They should.
Okay.
Yes.
That was my understanding of what should happen with respect to the reports from Mr. Manaka, as well as those from divisional commanders, because eventually Mr. Mahao and Mr. Sulo, they are accountable for what happens there.
Yes, Mufumpe, but
Yes.
tabaya ka mona Mufumpe ya le ke bua ka tabaya issue tabaya reporting ya central.
No, I understood you there.
Yes, ka hore. So in this case, haeba hona le issue e teng man station regional commander he picks it.
Well,
Then
in
he
this case, that
returns-
if there is an issue there at the station, the regional command, that he picks it,
And he returns same to the officer commanding Holukisa.
then he returns him to the officer commanding to make reparations.
Yes, Mufumpe.
I understood you.
Yes,
I understood what you meant.
So in this case, Morana Mahao, ha di fihla ho yena, ha di sa fihla ho yena ka tsela yane le di fihla ho yena, tse di fihlileng ho di regional.
Well, in this case, when they come to Morana Mahao, now they do not come in this same manner they came to the regional commanders.
Jwalo ka ya central. Ha ho
Like
no
central.
No, I understand,
Yes.
but eventually what you are saying is that
Yes, Mufumpe.
the process that you are explaining, if that's how it happens,
Yes, Mufumpe.
Mr. Mahao gets Mr. Managa's reports.
Yes, Mufumpe.
Mr. Mahao gets reports from divisional commanders.
Yes, Mufumpe.
That is correct.
It could be when he gets report from divisional commanders, they would have been corrected if there were mistakes. Divisional commanders would have returned them to station commanders. Look, I'm not happy with the report here and there. Please correct. Please give me information. You understand? I understand all that.
Exactly, Mufumpe.
Yeah, all I'm saying is based on the process that we have defined, eventually, Mr. Maha will get reports from Mr. Manaka. True enough, those of Mr. Manaka, you would prefer them before they go to registry to go directly to Mr. Maha. But whether they would have gone through registry or not, eventually he gets them. That's what you are saying. Based on the process that we have defined.
Yes, Mufumpe. But mona ke kgolwa time is of essence. Ha ke re time is of essence, ke hore.
No, we'll get there.
Okay, thank you, Mufumpe.
But based on the process that we have defined, how it should be, whether it is happening like that is something else. But based on that process, Mr. Mao eventually gets Mr. Managa's reports. He gets reports from divisional commanders, isn't it?
It should be that way, Mufumpe.
That applies to Mr. Sulo. That applies to Mr. Sulo.
Mufumpe.
That is correct.
Ke ne ke batla hore ha ke tsebe na haeba Mufumpe taba ena ka e tlo utlwahala hantle.
I do not know if I'm going to be heard well about
Ke
this.
la ka hlakisa mona hore every commissioner ha fihla o na le tsela ya sebetsang ka.
I explained here that every commissioner upon his arrival, there's a way in which he operates.
And most of the times I have seen through experience hore ditsela tsena tse ba motlong ba tla ba sebetsa ka tsona.
And most of the time I've seen through experience that these ways they will be using, or the method that they will be using,
Ke tsane tse creating administrative deficiency.
are those that create administration deficiency.
And I have to appreciate it first.
Exactly.
And I have to make sure that we understand each other, that I understand what you are saying.
That is,
You understand?
Yes, Mufumpe.
So based on this process, which you have defined.
Yes, Mhlongo.
Mr. Mahau gets Mr. Manaka's reports and those from the division.
O tlameha ho yona Mhlongo.
That must be so.
And Mr. Solo gets those reports too.
O tlameha ho yona Mhlongo.
That is so.
They get those reports before they are taken to the commissioner.
O tlameha ho yona Mhlongo.
That it must be so.
That is the process,
Yes.
as you have defined.
Yes, Mhlongo.
But you are not sure if this process that we have defined is on the ground, is working like that.
Yes, Mhlongo.
Okay.
Yes, Mhlongo.
Is it something that is defined anywhere, or that's what you think should happen?
It's only the issue if follow any chain of command.
I think that is the only issue that we are trying to follow as the chain of command.
It's in our it's our tradition.
Okay.
Yes, Mhlongo.
It's because what we have been told is that these reports, you say they go to security office. Mr. Mao is saying, I don't get these reports from security office. It's only if they have issues that they want to bring to my attention that they will bring those issues to my attention. Then I can ask for a complete report to see what is happening. You understand?
Yes, Mhlongo.
I understand.
Even Mr. Solo, that's what he said, that I don't get these reports.
Yes, Mhlongo.
I can only get them if a commissioner wants to bring a certain thing to my attention.
Yes, Mhlongo.
Yes, you were saying something. I just wanted to appreciate the process and to ask you, is it being followed? But it's like, you are not sure if it is being followed.
Yes, Mhlongo. I cannot ascertain whether it's followed because
Okay.
yes.
You had wanted to say something that every commissioner, when he comes in, he brings his own stand.
Yes, Mhlongo. Ke mane mo ke la ka bontsha hore ha ba fihla bjale ba tla ka tsela tse ba mohlomong they ba change the way we were working ba etsa ka tsela e nngwe mohlomong e fapaneng.
Yeah, this is why I indicated that when they come in such manner, they change the way we're working and then they bring different things.
That is where re tla ba le taba ya administrative deficiency.
That is why we are going to encounter administration deficiency in this way.
Mane mo ke reng haeba ke re tlaleya ke ntho e etsahalang, it's practical, but
Because where that is on the question why we report is something that happens, it's practical,
ha ya tlameha ho etsahala.
but it must not be like that.
Ya hore ke tla tlaleya directly to the commissioner because should ho ba le ditaba tse bang di teng.
It must not happen that I will report directly to the commissioner, because should there be some issues that arises.
We are an agency of discipline, and haeba ho na le issue tse ka bang di ka ama discipline.
Because we are agency of discipline, but then if there will be some issues which will affect discipline,
Commissioner ga ke bang discipline.
the commissioner will not discipline me.
O tla a ke bang discipline, o tla batla hore ke discipline ke beng ba ka bana be leng hore ha ke sebetse le bona.
He will not discipline me because he will want me to be disciplined by my immediate superiors, whom I am not working together with.
Yes, Mhlongo.
Okay, now do you have further questions? You don't have any further questions? Evidence leader, do you have further questions?
No, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much. You are excused. Thank you so much, Mr. Rapporteur, for assisting the commission.
Ke a leboha Mhlongo.
Yes. Evidence leader.
I'm expecting the commissioner. I'll have to contact him, Chair. I thought he was still around, but it looks like can't be found outside here.
Please contact him and tell him we are waiting for him.
Ke kopa mabitso a hao.
mabitso a ka Martin Nkakala.
Ntate Nkakala, ke batla o itlhalose ka tsela e ngwana ya lona e mona ya di-office.
Yes, Commissioner of Consular Service Martin Nkakala.
Commissioner Martin Nkakala. Ke dumela hore Kreste mme se ke ile ka o hlapantsha. Ke ba o phahamisetse letsohole le tona. Re hlapanya go bopaki bo ke tla fana ka bona.
Ke hlapanya hore bopaki bo ke tla fana ka bona
E tla ba nnete yohle.
e tla ba nnete yohle.
Nnete fela e seng ho.
Nnete fela e seng ho.
Modimo a nthuse.
Modimo a nthuse.
Okay, ntate. All right. O ka dula fatshe.
Commissioner, how are you?
I'm more than tired.
More than Why are you tired?
That's because I've been waiting for this turn since last week, and I've been told that I'll be getting in, then I get prepared. Certainly things will change. So that was tiresome.
Okay. No, I'm also tired. And I want to leave your place now. And I've been telling officers who came here that unfortunately we can't predict how long each witness is going to take. Even now, I can't tell how long you are going to take. And that has been causing people some inconvenience. I think following the evidence that we have had, there are some clarifications that we are going to require from you. I'm not sure, evidence leader, do you start?
Maybe you can start, Jim, trying to look for this.
Commissioners?
Dademati, you talked to us at the beginning, I think it was end of April or beginning of May. So I have not been able to peruse through what you said at that time, but I have an immediate question here. There is a camera control room here at Maseru Central. And the officers who work there told the commission that they reported certain defects of the equipment. And we heard that there are reports here, daily reports, weekly reports, monthly reports, and so on. They say they reported those defects, but nothing happened. And Mr. Manaka, who is in command here, also said he reported those defects. but they were not attended. Now, you come when the commission has been trying to see what went wrong, and it appears that Mr. Managa reports directly to you as the commissioner, so that officers below you who were directly responsible for for those repairs did not take any action. Also, there is an issue about the manning of a tower. Again, we are told that this was reported, that there were repairs which must be effected there, but nothing happened. And according to Mr. Manaka, it is because he reports directly to you, so that those below you who ought to have attended to those matters did not attend to them. They claim that they didn't know about them. I don't know what you can comment about that. I've been talking for too long. I don't know what you can comment about that. In other words, it's to do with Maseru Central Institution. That is, it is directly under you, and therefore some reports don't reach people immediately below you. No, thank you.
Okay. Just to add that, actually, Mr. Managa thought that he was reporting to them, being Mr. Mao and Mr. Sulu. You understand? He thought that they were receiving his reports. But then they are saying, no, we don't get the reports. They go to registry, then from there to commissioner. You understand? In his view, he had always thought that I'm reporting to Mr. Mao. Mr. Mao gets my reports, and Mr. Sulu. But then they are saying, we don't get these reports. We only get, Mr. Mao was saying, I only get the reports, standard reports that I expect on a daily basis, pertaining to number of inmates. Each morning he gets those reports. I think it's 3 lines, reports containing 3 things, which are standard for all division, which he gets from Mr. Managa's diary, because he will take a picture and send it to him by WhatsApp. He's saying, those I get. But then there are these weekly reports, monthly reports, quarterly reports, yearly reports that are sent to registry. Mr. Managa was of the view that Mr. Mahau gets those reports as well as Mr. Sulu. But they are saying, no. We don't get those reports. They are sent to, Mr. Mahau is saying, they are sent to security office. Security office, sometimes they will flag certain issues for my attention. It's only then that I can sometimes ask for a complete report for me to appreciate. Equally, Mr. Tsula was saying, it's not always that I get those reports. It's only when there is an issue that commissioner will talk to me about that issue. So it has created that situation where they are saying, no, we can't be held responsible for this one. But Mr. Sula, I remember vividly what he said. He said that if I got those reports, if it happened that in one of the reports that I got, it was clear that the tower was not manned, then I'll accept that I'm responsible. I will accept responsibility. Mr. Ma was clear that I never received a report which indicated that the tower was not being manned, for instance. You understand what situation we're talking about? Yes. I know the cameras you dealt with, you said they required 260,000 when you first testified. You got those, it would appear to me that you had gotten those reports. I don't know from whom, whether it was directly from Mrs. Tola or from them, but I remember you said that they gave you the reports, you required around 262,000, something like that. Yes,
Ke leboha mohlomphehi.
yes.
Ke hlokomela hore mohlomphehi ehlile o ntsa hopola taba tsa ka tsa mohlanolane, mme ke kopa ene se ke ba ka hlola ke yona ke ye ho ena ya
Yeah, well,
your
because
reports.
I realize that the Honorable Chair still remember the issues I raised the previous time, so that I will not dwell much on this one. And let me go straight to this one of the reports.
Bahlomphehi ba ka ke kgola ke na le lemosa boraro ke le ka hare office eo ya commissioner.
I think now I'm in my third year being inside this office of the commissioner.
Mme ho na le mokgwa eo ke fumaneng se ntse o sebetswa ka teng.
And there were some ways in which I found that they were operational, or how they used to work.
Mme ha ka tse ding ke fumane hore taba tsa di-reports ho na le ntho e bitswang di-reports.
And among others, I found that about these issues of reports, because we have what we call reports.
Ho na le tse tlang ofising ya commissioner.
There are those that come to the office of the commissioner.
Mme tsena tse tlang ofising ya commissioner
And these ones which come to the office of the commissioner,
ke tse ke be di bua ka maemo a sa tlwaelehang.
are the ones who would be addressing the abnormal situations.
Mme hangata ho feta hanyenyane
And more than often,
o tla fumana le ha ke botsa deputy commissioner mohlala wa operations hore
maybe for an example, if I ask the deputy commissioner operations,
ke etsa mohlala ka instance ena ya escape.
let me make an example of this instance of escape.
O tla mpolella hore ke se ke fane ka hore bana o fuwe detailed reports.
He will say to me, no, I have instructed that you will be given detailed report.
Taba ena o entse makgetlo a mangata.
He has done this thing for many times.
Mme ha ke ya bona moo e kang e ne ba le le kgopo teng.
And I never saw where it becomes problematic.
And okay, if you ask him about an issue, he will say, no. I've already given instruction for you to be given detailed report.
To be given written detailed reports.
Okay, from whom will you be getting them? You are saying you didn't see anything wrong from that. Is it him who will go to his officers, get the report and then submit to you, or how does it happen?
No, what it does, because he will give instruction to his subordinates to give out an instruction to the one who is at the station level, consent to have a report written, not just given verbally.
Okay, he would give instruction, but what I want to understand, that report, let's talk of Maseru Central. Will you be getting it from him, Deputy Commissioner, or the person at the station is the one who's going to write the report directly to Commissioner?
No, more than that, it goes straight to my office.
Meaning that is now an officer reporting directly to Commissioner, not Deputy Commissioner reporting to.
Yes, that's the way it happens.
And if you have issues with the report, what do? Do you then call that officer or you call Deputy Commissioner?
No, I don't call the officer concerned. What I do is that I share the information with the deputy concerned. If it comes, I find that the matter relates to planning, then I will I'll refer it to a planning deputy commissioner. If it's a rehabilitation matter, then I'll discuss it with a rehabilitation deputy commissioner.
Okay. Meaning that the system is such that these officers would be reporting directly to you. They would be accounting directly to you.
That's the way it is, depending on the seriousness or gravity of the matter.
Okay. Does it apply to all your divisions or sections or its only operations that does that?
No, it happens in each and every station. For example, if they have a death case in any station, I'll get the report.
Okay. It's not even, this report which you get, it is not even an attachment to Deputy Commissioner's report. You get the report as raw as it is from the stations.
Precisely.
Meaning that Deputy Commissioner would not have even seen what is reported to you.
But he will have known because he will have found out actually this whole substance of what actually occurred there. And it's only then that he will give a starting that a report be written.
But he doesn't see that, you see that report before
I see the report
Deputy
before
Commissioner.
him. I see a report before him. That's why I will have to refer it to the concerned deputy.
Okay, you can proceed. You were dealing with this kind of reports. I'm saying in your evidence you are dealing with this kind of reports where maybe you are dealing with unusual or extraordinary things. You can proceed.
On the other hand, we have reports. It's not even a report. It is what we call returns. Say weekly. Those ones don't even get to my office. For example,
they don't want.
They don't get to my office. Se ka ntsena tsa bo jute roaster ho ra bana house manual sebakeng se itseng. I will not see that.
Yeah, such as the jute rooster, and that the sitting place is not manned, the sitting tower is not manned. I will not get that.
Their officing, yeah, security.
Those are, they go to the office of security.
You, Mongayona, I carabellan who assistant commissioner,
Who's
Maham. That is operations.
Whose supervisor therein is answerable to senior assistant commissioner
Maham.
That would be the security office. The person reports to Mr. Maha.
Yes, that is.
So you are saying these weekly reports or monthly reports about, should I say, they're about operational issues really? They are about, you don't get to see them.
I don't get to see them.
Okay. Do you know what this officer you are saying reports to Mr. Ma? What does he do with these reports? Do you have an idea? What does the process say?
No, actually, I don't actually say I have seen. But what should happen is that should be shared with his supervisors.
So you expect this officer to share the reports with Mr. Mahau and Mr. Sulu? Or only Mr. Mahau?
No, only Mr. Mahau.
Okay.
Then Mr. Mahau in turn can be the one who will share it with Mr. Sulu.
This is what you expect to be happening.
That is correct, Chair.
Is it just an expectation, or is written somewhere, or why do you have this expectation?
Expectation ya ka ko ba mhlompe di hierarchy tsa rona di a bontsha gore bane e no report the handle information o tla tshwana e share le ya ka godimo.
My expectation is that our hierarchies, they indicate as to who the one is answerable to him. When he has this information, he has to report directly to him.
Yeah, I just wanted, I still have questions. I just wanted you to explain the process. Maybe the commissioner to have, but it still relates to this process.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So, from your answer now, what can you say about this computer device called a mouse, which was not operated? It's a minor thing in the camera room. It was not operational, and then they were reporting that it is broken. It's not very expensive. It's not those thousands. It's just that device, hand device, which was not operational. What should have, who should have attended to it?
About that one, I do not know, and it is not. That one is not available even in the reports that I happen to have received. It is not. Yeah, it's not present because it's such a petty thing.
But what do you think? Who do you think should have attended to it?
The mouse, the issue. Yeah, this issue, the mouse.
No, in the camera room there is a device which operates the cameras. It is called a mouse, a computer mouse.
Yeah, well, correct. Tabaye a mouse no bonala o se o sa sebetse jwale di camera tseno di sita o laola ka baka la ba di laolwa ke mouse o. Jwale mouse o na ha o sa sebetsa jwale ho sona le bothata o tlameha o tabaye ya mouse ya addresswe e jagiswa mang tabaye ho bona hore mouse o a fumaneha ka pa o do loka ka tabaye ya mouse.
Whole Sanda with the Falagore concerned station commander Angole Abunso Kinalibo Tataba Tipaizi.
What should happen? What should have happened was that the concerned station commander should have written to indicate the problem that he has about a certain equipment.
Well, it is as if those reports were made. Because there are daily reports, weekly reports, and so on. It was being reported that this thing is not working. So it must have reached your office. So that is why I'm asking, who should have attended to that?
That's why I'm saying, high name
Well, what I'm trying to indicate is that if ever it approached my office, if that ever was brought to the attention of my office, I think it's a very small thing. I could have attended it.
Also, the issue of a tower called, is it Maximum Tower?
Maximum Tower.
Who should have attended to see to it that it is not? It's as if it was. It needed some repairs, which again were not expensive. But your junior officers here, Mr. Tsolo and Mr. Mahao, were saying if they had known, that could have been attended to, but they didn't know. Now my question is, who do you think should have attended to that?
The issue of
the reason I'm saying this minor is because Mr. Tsolo came here last week and he was talking with Mr. Manaka here and saying even some materials are here outside. It can easily be repaired. The roof can be easily be repaired. But he was really saying we never knew about that because reports go to the office of the commission.
Were there some reports which were produced to that effect?
To what effect?
Yes, the Tabaya Tawara, Tabaya computer was addressed to my office.
No, what happens is that the gentleman who is here operates the control room. He said that he is doing weekly reports and he's submitting them to Mr. Manaka. That's what he said, and he produced those weekly reports. Actually, they were produced by Mr. Manaka because he was confirming that indeed I received these weekly reports. It was after Mr. Mokorosi had testified that I produce weekly reports. I've been reporting the deficiencies or the challenges of the cameras. And then Mr. Manaka came later. We said, bring the reports. He bring the reports. He brought the reports. So but I haven't myself looked at those reports if mouse is one of those that were reported. You understand? But that gentleman said he had reported. So would imagine he had reported to Mr. Manaka. But I recall vividly that Miss Tola said that he reports to both Mr. Manaka as well as headquarters when he would have found deficiencies. And I would imagine that you also got some reports because you even said that they are requiring around 260,000. It means that it's because you had received certain reports. About the mouse, I cannot say indeed they said they reported it to you, to your office as such. You understand? But I think what the commissioner wants to find out is were you aware, was it ever reported to you that they need a mouse? Also, the issue of the tower, was it ever reported to you that it has to be repaired?
Mhlawumbe ke a utlwisisa ehlile ka le ntse ke tisa hore taba ya mouse yona ha e sotle tlhokomelong ya ka ho tseba hore na le
Well, I still insist that this issue of the mouse has never been brought to my attention.
mme le taba ya tower.
Okay, you said on the mouse, you said Mr. Manaka should have written a letter. To whom was he going to address that? To you or to his immediate supervisor?
Well, he could do it both to one of us. Either he sends it to his supervisors or he directs it to me.
But what is the appropriate and formal channel? If he needs things.
Formal channel will be to send it to his supervisors.
Okay.
Tower.
Let me finish up about the tower.
The maximum tower, yes.
Maximum tower.
Yes.
Taba maximum tower hlumbi ai batla ho botsana. Ho ne ho bua ka hore it was not meant.
About this issue of the maximum tower, it was being said that it was not meant
because of shortage of staff.
Yes, but at some stage, it was then said that also it had some defects which needed to be attended. You understand? The primary reason may have been shortage of staff, but at some stage it was said, it was also a defective. You understand? Yes, that's the issue that was being raised. And actually, Mr. Mahao said, when I came here, I found out the tower was not manned. I gave instruction it has to be manned. That was followed up with a meeting which we had with Mr. Sula and Mr. Manaka that the tower must be manned. Mr. Sula on the other hand, Mr. Manaka on the other hand was saying, no. I told them when they were here that there is no way that that tower would be manned because it has defects. So it has to be maintained before we can post people there. You understand?
Yeah, go on that it's really not one tower. Mr.
Manaka.
Mr. Manaka, yeah. Abon sorry. Okay. Ilaka ba jwe tsa ba le ba le teng mona na ba o tlwana ga tower ga yeno le yona ka bo yona ka nnete ha ya itekanela go batho ba ka dula ba mount tower eno e a dutla ha pula eda ya nela jwale di festere tseno di tshwatleile jwale ha ka nnete hle ha ya bolokega gore batho ba ka tla mono ba mount tower eno e lokela go lokiswa.
Hence the commissioner was asking, was that ever brought to your attention? Who should have taken action?
No, mhlompe. Ihlile no ha ke na le sedila yona.
And even that one, I don't have a knowledge about.
Because the taba ya shortage ya area raiswa hona hobane nza samin. And even the escape, not before the escape.
Okay, yeah, well, even that issue of the shortage, which was raised as the reason why this tower was not manned, was only revealed after the escape. It was never said before the escape. It was never disclosed before the escape.
Meaning that you personally only knew about shortage after the escape?
After the escape, that is correct.
Okay. Or you said you don't get this weekly reports or monthly report, operational weekly or monthly reports, which would include a duty roster?
No, I don't. Yeah,
Okay.
I've sent somebody to come and, with them, along with them, so that they can be brought before your office, miss.
I didn't get that, Commissioner.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
ke remove serious akatlele tsona tse mmalwanyana tsa station tse fapane ile go tabo mohlomong tla bontsha commission gona tabeng ke bua ka hana tša mofuta wa fe.
Yeah, well, I say that I have sent one officer to come with those in respect of different stations, so that the commission will get to understand what I'm talking about.
No, I think we already have copies from Maseru Sandra of those is it weekly reports? Mr. Managa produced some documents here. Because as we are saying, in his view, his argument was that, look, at all the times I had thought that you, my supervisors, you are receiving these reports, you are aware that maximum tower was not being manned. That was his argument, you understand? So on the other hand, they were saying, we are not getting these reports. They go to the registry, and probably to commissioner's office. We don't get them. You understand? But your expectation was that they must be getting these reports.
Precisely, miss.
I didn't get that.
Precisely.
Okay. Can proceed. Do you have questions?
Have you finished with this one?
No, with the. What then, let me ask on the reports, what kind of reports then do you get? Because you are saying the reports that you get, you don't get reports pertaining to operations. You get reports maybe if there are issues that needs to be attended to, like a leaking roof, they can write to you. What reports do you get pertaining to running or administration of the institution?
Actually, I get, apart from quarterly reports, I'll be getting.
You get quarterly reports?
Quarterly reports, I do.
Yes. What other reports do you get?
Apart from quarterly reports.
Apart from quarterly reports, I'll be getting reports pertaining to deaths of inmates.
Yes.
And other serious matters which they feel that they can only be funded or be addressed in the commissioner's office.
So your quarterly reports, there is no way from your quarterly reports would you have realized that the maximum tower was not manned?
Well, if it was stipulated, I would come across it, then I'll see that no, here is an issue to address.
Okay. Yeah, what information would be in the quarterly reports?
Quarterly report will be notifying me of livestock. We'll be notifying that's number of animals which are kept, different categories. But they want to transfer now, transfer.
Then they will be telling me about the transfer issues as to who are transferred to this quarter.
They were telling me that rehabilitation activities. Then
they will be informing me about the rehabilitation activities which have been done, as to what kind of rehabilitation activities those were.
They were telling me that disciplinary actions but less staff.
And again, they will be highlighting me in regard to the disciplinary actions which have been taken among the inmates as well as the officers, as to how many they are.
Yes, but that's how far it entails.
Okay. Unless the issue of a tower that was not manned and absence of mounts to operate PTZ cameras, unless they had specifically been flagged in the reports, there is no way that you could have known about them.
There is still one way in which I could have known through
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner.
Yes.
Because we sit almost every week, every day, not every week, as
Okay.
Deputy Commissioners to give me their daily routine activities.
If he says he doesn't get the reports, he was not aware, it means that he would not have told you about it. You understand? If he says, no, I don't get, I just want us to agree that from the reports which you are receiving, if that issue, if these two issues were not flagged specifically, you wouldn't have known about them from the reports. You confirm that?
That is correct.
These are not the issues which are normally, because I would imagine you have standard way of reporting. You already know what is it that they have to report. These are not the issues which are normally reported about, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay. So from the reports, unless they were flagged, you wouldn't have known about them. The issue of tower that is not manned, as well as absence of mounts.
I'm going to look at you say,
no, I'm saying from the reports.
From the report, no, if they're not flagged, then it'd be difficult for me to know about them.
Okay, okay. And you were saying, how would you have known about them?
Through my Deputy Commissioner.
Okay.
The
Deputy Commissioners.
Yes, he says that he once said and had discussion on that. Then he was supposed to raise the issue that no, we still have this.
Okay, you are saying.
Ke ne ke re mohlomphe ha ke sa fumana reporting mo ke dentse ke lebeletse gore ebe Deputy Commissioner jalo ka ha itse ba kile ba dula ha bua ka tabeng ne ke lebeletse
Yes, I was expecting that if I did not get it over the report, then I was expecting that since the Deputy Commissioner said that they did sit down and discussed about it.
Okay.
So it
was the way in which it arrived to me.
Okay, your expectation was that since Deputy Commissioner was in a meeting where this issue was discussed of the tower, he should have reported to you when you met. Look, in my division or my section, we have this issue, and this is how I'm addressing it. You should have gotten a report about that. Is that what you are saying?
Yes,
that is correct, Honorable Chair.
As you rightly said, there are a lot of materials here. Sometimes you tell me that, no, I've already met my colleague, the Deputy Commissioner Pliny, and we discussed this and we agreed upon that. We shall take the material and we will attend the tower. Then I'll be expecting a report of that nature from him.
Okay. And even if you are saying, even if he had felt that it was still something that is manageable, something that he was going to address, something on which he didn't require any support or assistance from you, is something which he should at least have reported to you. Look, I found that there is this security risk. This is how we have discussed with my people. This is how we are addressing it. Just for you to know, you're expecting him to do that.
Precisely.
Okay.
Because as for material, I still have to know that the material were used.
Okay.
So that we don't get surprised. That's what happened to the material next time we are looking for it.
Yeah. Okay. It is now one, I can see that Commissioner have questions, but it is now one. Unfortunately, we have to break for lunch. We'll see you after lunch, Commissioner. We'll see you immediately after lunch at, let's say 2:10. We'll be back. We'll proceed with you. And I'm happy that we are going to finish today. Commission shall adjourn. We meet again at 2:10.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo, IPE 25, has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025 and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.
Every time I look at my mom, I see my world. I see a protector, a provider. I see a friend like no other. Sometimes I sit and wonder, how do we protect such beautiful creatures? Well, sometimes you can't, especially against things like death. The least we can do is to encourage them to take Tory funeral plan, because they take care of us when they are here, and Tory will take care of us when they are gone.
The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo, IPE 25, has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025 and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there. The countdown to the second International Political Campaigns Expo, IPE 25, has begun. We are thrilled to invite you to register for the most electrifying political campaigns event of the year. This year's theme is Unlocking Voting Potential, the art of resourcing and skilling for winning campaigns. Look forward to innovative exhibits, interactive sessions with industry trailblazers, and unparalleled networking opportunities. Connect with political campaign professionals from over 26 African countries holding elections in 2025 and 2026. Gain exclusive insights into the latest trends and technologies driving political campaigns. Mark your calendar for January 23rd and 24th, 2025, and be part of the future of political campaigning. Visit www.internationalpollexpo.com to register. We can't wait to see you there.